Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
You guys ready? Ready. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday, July 16th, City Council meeting. If we would all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and led by Councilman Gregory.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. Lord, we thank you for being a good God, for being trustworthy. Lord, you're sovereign and you're on the throne. I ask for your peace tonight. Lord, you said if any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of God. So we ask for your wisdom tonight and direction and clarity on all matters. Now, Lord, let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in your sight. We love you. We give you all glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. The invocation was done by Reverend Duran, Revival Center. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. And we'll start with the staff introductions on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Karen Jackson, IT Technician, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Chris Hewat, Assistant City Manager.
Christopher Luckwell, Utilities Director. Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Angelica Horton, Community Services Director. Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Rita Zesperata, Capital Projects Engineer.
Brian Fernell, Administrative Services Director. Paul Petty, Fire Marshal.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
All right, thank you. First up tonight, we have one presentation, National Parks and Recreation Week. And if I could have Linda Plesha and James Taylor, staff, come on up with me. All right, we have a Park and Recreation Month, July 2024. Whereas Parks and Recreation Services promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near our parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation Services encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles, and whereas Parks and Recreation programming enriches the activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and the environmental education are critical to childhood development, and whereas our parks and natural recreational areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of July 24th, 2024 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Paso Robles. Linda, would you like to say something?
Of course.
You bet.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond and Council, for recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. We are privileged to serve this community, providing parks and recreation services. James will speak a little bit about how Parks maintains and beautifies our parks and open spaces, and Recreation has the opportunity to activate all of those spaces. We feel that it's a great privilege to serve our community. Many of our team members are here tonight, and we would like to receive this award in honor of Barbara Partridge. She served the city for 32 years. She retired in 2005, and she passed away on July 5th of this year. She dedicated every day to serving this community and making life better for all of us, and I believe that that is still happening today. So thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Council.
Good evening. Thanks for coming out. The theme for this year's National Park and Rec proclamation is where you belong. And when I was reading that, it kind of resonated with me, and I think it resonates with my team of 7 staff, that we all feel like we belong here, and we all take a big sense of pride and are honored and privileged to be the staff that you guys have on board to maintain your parks and trails. So to the city council members and executives, thank you very much, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And speaking of all the recreation, and if anybody went to the Barney Schwartz July 4th, Linda was in full force out there with her staff. It was amazing that you guys did. It was amazing. All the kids were just running around doing all these different events, and very well done. Thank you. Next, we have a presentation, 2024 Midstate Fair update by Colleen Borhegas. Colleen?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Councilman Bosch, for inviting me here today. Thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me some time to just kind of update you on everything that's happening. I'll be talking fast so that we can keep it in a reasonable time frame. There's a lot going on, but I got to get back to work. So my name is Colleen Bojorquez. I am the CEO of the California Midstate Fair and Paso Robles Event Center. And I always kind of start out to give you a little background about myself. I am the 4th generation native to our area. My family is still own and operate a cattle ranch located up Hog Canyon. My parents are George and Elaine Work. My siblings are Jody Burks and Ben Work, who's married to Kelly Meacham, who obviously I would imagine you know is Frank's daughter, and who is an 11th generation from this area. I married a 12th generation California native, Tim Bojorquez, and we have 2 children, Bailey Bojorquez, who will be a sophomore at Mission Prep, and then my son Curran, who's studying musical theater in New York at AMDA. I graduated from Cal Poly with ecology and systematic biology bachelor's and a master's in education. And I've been working at the fair since 1992. So that wasn't that long ago. I started as a ticket operator, and I've just kind of taken all the little roles and gone with it. And then when the opportunity came, I decided to go forward. But now about the fair. The fair is officially the 16th District Agricultural Association. We're a state agency under the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Our responsibility is not only to host the annual fair, but recent administration focuses on our ability to serve as an emergency facility for our community. So during fires, we have sometimes CAL FIRE comes and makes camps there. We have heating and cooling centers, evacuation sites. From the last rains we've had, we did that, plus, of course, the COVID vaccination site, and just to name a few things. But one question I constantly get asked is, what's happening at the fair? Because there's always something happening on our fairgrounds. And in the fair industry, we call those interim events, so that's anything non-fair related. And we have basically from 2024 to 2025, for the next few years, we have almost every single weekend booked with events. So we have national recognized events like the National Range Cow Horse, Pacific Coast Cutting Horse Association, AIDS Life Cycle, along with local events like quinceañeras, school dances, fundraisers, Slow Quarter Horse Mother's Day Show, and of course antique shows with our early Ford V8 and Three Speckled Hens, to name just a few of them. But our hope, of course, is to continue our interim event program. But currently, there's no denying that the number one event for us, as well as San Luis Obispo County, begins tomorrow at the California Midstate Fair. The fair brings approximately 350,000 people to Paso Robles in just 12 days, and it's truly, truly a jewel of the industry. We are known for our beautiful grounds, our cleanliness, and just putting on a top-notch fair, and it's something that we like to celebrate, because if you go to other fairs, you can't help but compare yourself. And so I just like to say we have the cleanest bathrooms of every fair in the state of California. Out of 75 fairs, we are for sure the cleanest, and have the most beautiful flowers. This year is just amazing with what our maintenance department has done. And of course, we're known for big name entertainment, but we're really about bringing our community together and showcasing the county's diversity, and this year will be no exception. One of my favorite things to do is when you're walking around the fair and you just hear somebody say, "Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you since last fair." And I love that, because that just is it's a place to come together and catch up. And so it's still, even though it's grown, I mean, obviously, since from when I was little and then when my father was little, it's grown so much. But at the same time, we still have that community support, and we can just walk around and see our friends and enjoy the fair, which is what I love. So July 17th through the 28th, we'll host the 12-day event with our Space Cowboy theme, Wide Open Spaces. We have daily entertainment, which includes demonstrations like the Embroidery Guild, draft horse jewelry making, and then every day this year we're going to have a watermelon eating contest, which to me is just good old-fashioned fair fun. We have a magician, we have a bubbleologist who will be the second week. She'll come and do some of the science of bubbles and have big bubbles all around. So I'm not really sure, but it sounds fun. We have a new event, Kids Down on the Farm exhibit, where small kids can go and they can plant and they can water and they can pick produce, and there's baby chicks and there's an old restored tractor that they can go see. So, and at the same time, they're going to be learning about how strawberries are the only fruit that have seeds on the outside, because we want to make sure, I feel like we are really in this unique position of, we have the big name entertainment that draws people to our area, and then we get the chance to say, oh my gosh, look how cool we are. We've got all this cool stuff in our county, and we can teach you about agriculture and teach you where your food comes from. And so it's this is just a new thing that I'm hoping we can build on later, and it is for smaller children, but it's a lot of fun. We have our barnyard racers, where you can have pig races and animal races, and they said they do geese, so I really hope they do geese, because that would be fun. Public judging, including apple pie and salsa. We have, of course, the K-Judge Barn Dance, which is our law enforcement's favorite dance. La Cantina, right? I know it is. La Cantina for Fiesta de Baile every night. Shopping and food is my favorite part. And we have a new chicken shack, which will have chicken and waffles, chicken strips, buffalo chicken wrap. We have a new Philly cheesecake sandwich stand, glazed almond stand, and then the original bratwurst, which is located in the quad area. They're known for bringing fair food to us, and they're bringing a fried pickle that's wrapped in cheese and bacon and then deep fried. So, in case you're hungry, classic. And then, of course, you have hot dog on a stick, and you have ice cream, and there'll still be all of that stuff. We'll be jam-packed. So the first day, tomorrow, rides are free. So our carnival rides are free. You still have to pay admission to get into the fair, but one thing that we really want to do is showcase our carnival. They are top-notch. They finished putting up the rides and going through inspections today, and they're going to finish cleaning up everything, but they are really a clean operation, and it's great that we get to showcase them that way, along with providing our local people a little break in price, because we know how expensive life is. I mean, you go to the grocery store, and you see it. So if any little break we can do, we do. As a local, you never should pay full price. If you're paying $15 at the gate, you didn't pay attention to what our discounts are, because starting in May, we have discounts on our admission everywhere you can think of. Unfortunately, it's over tonight because we open tomorrow. And then they also are bringing a ride. So they're bringing the Zipper, the Big Splash, the Plur, which is the spinny roller coaster, the Medusa, and they have a new ride called Blackout, which I expect you all to ride because that should be fun. Blackout. Cattlemen's and Farmers Day and Industrial Arts is Thursday the 18th. Online sales are sold out, so that is just a huge event, and we're looking forward to showcasing our cattlemen, cattlewomen of the year, and agriculturalist of the year. Seniors Day is July 19th, Kids Day July 26th, and Armed Forces Day is the 27th. And we'll have a nonprofit expo where people can come and they get to just for a few hours be in our park and just talk to people who are in the armed forces and their armed forces related nonprofits in that area, or kids related YMCA will be there and things like that. We of course have our livestock exhibitors. They started moving all their tack in yesterday, and that's always really fun because they're so excited to show what they did all year just preparing for, and this is really the pinnacle of what they've been doing. And then countless horse events, including country rodeo, 4-H FFA shows, cow dog trials. Then we have floriculture, photography, arts, crafts, quilts, sewing, baking, all of those things. And we managed to get with Kathy Loftus and Lisa John with the Cattlewomen Association this year. And they're doing, when they heard our theme of wide open spaces, they were like, oh my gosh, this is what I want to see there. And it basically is, it's a static display. It's in our Ponderosa Pavilion. And they highlighted all the various ranches that are within our county, because when they heard wide open spaces, that's the first thing they thought was no houses, no buildings, no structure, just wide open spaces, longhorn cattle, everything that people love about Paso Robles and our San Luis Obispo County. So it highlights that, and it's a very, very beautiful display. Recommends doing that. And of course, we have the City of Paso and Cal Poly partnership. They have windows in our home arts building highlighting the spaceport. And it's a great display kind of showing what exactly the spaceport is, because we aren't sending up a space shuttle. We don't have astronauts, but it's all the things. And it showcases how you, as a young person in a trade like welding, maybe you're not going to be an engineer, but you can still get a job here and afford to live here because of the spaceport, which I think, I know Steve Martin was, really passionate about. So that is a really very cool display. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the Farmers Olympics on Tuesday, and maybe you guys can all get a team together. It's basically there's no animals, so you don't have to ride a horse, you don't have to deal with cattle, you don't have to do anything like that. But you do have to get a team of 6 adults, 18 and over, or 4 younger, 17 to 9, I think it is. And you do a feed pan toss. So you have a big rubber feed pan and you see which team can throw it the furthest. And you do a manure rake catch where you have a baseball and you try and catch with a manure rake and you see how far. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm really looking forward to that because, again, good old-fashioned fun that isn't that you just don't get very often anymore. But we, of course, have our entertainment. Frontier Stage will host every single night various entertainment. You go to our website, midstatefair.com. Main grandstand, we have Miranda Lambert tomorrow night, Nate Bargatze, the comedian, Sublime with Rome, Brad Paisley, Zach Brown Band, Corinne Leon, sold out, Jelly Roll, sold out, Nickelback, TLC and Shaggy, Cheap Trick, and of course the Country Rodeo, and then we'll return with Monster Trucks on the last Sunday. I really just wanted to come and tell you like all the things that we're planning for tomorrow, starting tomorrow, and we're super excited to bring it, and we're so glad that our home is in Paso Robles, but I can't say enough about our staff that has the passion for it, and they work their tail off all year. We've been planning, so we're all looking forward to 4 o'clock tomorrow when it opens so we can stop planning and just start doing. But we would love to have you come and see all the different diversity and bounties that we offer as a county and what we like to highlight to everyone. So thank you.
Couple questions, Colleen, couple questions. Last year, do you have the numbers of what we really had as far as people coming to your fair last year? Roughly?
Yeah, last year I think was, we were pretty much even with the year before. So it was 330 some thousand, I think was last year, 340,000 last year.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And you're going to have also the buses going through the town for...
Yes, so shuttle buses will be picking up City Hall, Lowe's, Albertsons. I think that's it.
Spring Street.
And just as a point so that you guys realize the fair does pay for the shuttles. It's not a sponsor or anything like that. And wow, they've gone up. You think groceries have gone up. It is really, really expensive. So we try and make sure people realize parking, of course, you guys know more than anybody that parking is a nightmare. Well, we get it as well, that our parking is a nightmare. So that's why we offer it. You don't have to park across the street. It's $25, and then down the road, I'm sure they've got it, however much they've got it in their yards and stuff. But the shuttles are being offered, and I believe it's scheduled to be every 15 minutes of pickup and drop off.
Very good. Councilman Boucher.
Thank you. Colleen, thanks for coming tonight. I'm usually worn out after the fair. I think I'm worn out listening to you tonight. Really looking forward to it. This is the best 12 days of Paso Robles. I think I've been to the fair every year I've been here, except for COVID. I've scheduled surgeries around the fair, so can't wait to see it. Good luck and have a great fair. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Cool. Also, I'd like to thank Paul Sloan and doing the spaceport lineup. That was amazing, that partnership with the fair this year to highlight that. Thank you very much, Colleen, for doing it. All right. Next, we have a Pulse Point presentation. Chief Stornetta. Jonathan?
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. Wait for Warren here. All right. So I'll tell you a little about Pulse Point here. So just throw out some statistics to start off with. So over 350,000 people a year suffer from a sudden cardiac arrest, but yet only about 11% of them survive that. And these are out of hospital cardiac arrest. And as I've explained to council before, for every minute that passes, your chances of survival decrease by 10%. So locally last year in 2023, we had 36 out of hospital cardiac arrests here in Paso Robles, and we're only halfway through the year and we're already at 25. So Pulse Point really allows individuals and our community members who are CPR trained to engage and take action if someone in the community needs CPR. It alerts people that are within a 2-block radius or a quarter of a mile that someone's in need of CPR, so the alert will come up on your phone if you have it enabled, and I'll show you how we do that as we get a little further in the presentation. There's also another app that goes along with that. It's the AED app, and what that does is when the CPR alert goes off, the AED app on your phone actually shows you where the closest AED is, and you can grab that. The AED will tell you how to do CPR. It'll talk to you. So we encourage the community, and we get this word out any chance we get, that if you're doing hands-only CPR, that it's you want to depress at least 2 inches and 100 to 120 compressions a minute. So we encourage the public to download this app because it could save a life, and most importantly, it could save your own life. So if a CPR is needed, this is what the screen will look like. It's different than just the normal pulse point where it shows you where the calls are. It actually says CPR is needed. It'll tell you the location. And then you can actually click the button below. It says I'm responding, and it'll give you directions and guide you right to where someone notified that CPR is needed. And Warren, if you could click that microphone, this is the sound it'll make, and it's different than all the other sounds on the app. It's usually a little bit longer than that. There we go. So it's a pretty annoying sound, but it'll definitely wake you up if it does go off. Thank you, Warren. So the city of Paso Robles has 8 AEDs that are owned by the city, and they're located throughout the community. And this is only the ones owned by the city. There's many more out there that are owned by private businesses or users. And that AED app, we actually have captured all of those AEDs. So they show you where any of them are strategically placed throughout the city. And if you do get the AED out, there's actually instructions, and on the right's just a brief overview, but the machine will talk to you. It'll tell you to remove the clothing, it'll tell you where to put the pads, it'll tell you when to do CPR, and it'll tell you whether a shock's indicated or not. And if it's not indicated, then you don't want to shock them, obviously, and technically it will not allow you to shock if it's not indicated, but it's looking for a certain rhythm. And if it sees that rhythm, it'll tell you to shock and push the button on the AED. Pulse Point also provides our community awareness of escalating events that are currently going on in the city. So for example, I put up the 2 fires that we just had within the last couple of weeks, and you can sit there and monitor our traffic. So whatever we are hearing or whatever we are talking about on that incident, you can monitor it live. And really, the reason this is so important for us is it's a preemptive notification to evacuation if an evacuation is needed. And so you'll hear us actually say it on the air, let's start evacuating Paso Robles Zone 8. And we want to make sure everyone knows their zone, where they live. And really that's preemptive, that I better get going, or it's a warning, or it's an evacuation order. It also provides coverage if you go outside the area. So it doesn't provide where you're going, that community's Pulse Point fire alerts, but let's say there's a CPR and you're somewhere at a concert, it'll actually notify you of the CPR if you're within that 2-block radius. So if you have Pulse Point, you can see that at the top it says Paso Robles Fire Department, and you can do it for CAL FIRE, County Fire, and so you can monitor everything around us if you wanted, but it sends out a general location of where the event is and what the emergency is, and that's what you see on the left. On the right is you can actually check those boxes on what you want to be notified for. So maybe you don't want to be notified of CPR events, but you can notify of structure fires, traffic collisions, wildland fires. There's a whole list of them there. You could receive alerts all night long and be up all night long like our firefighters if you really wanted. I don't encourage you to do that. So if you want to get the app, there's the Pulse Point Respond. We ask that you download that app, and also the Pulse Point AED. So there are 2 different apps that need to be downloaded, and they're free of charge. And this is just a quick snapshot of last month. So this is June's metrics. There was 1,100 users, and this is only the 2nd month, so we are actually surprised to see how many people have already signed up for this. Nearly a third of those had CPR enabled, so that's great news for us because we want to make sure the public gets involved and helps others. 5 of those incidents were sudden cardiac arrest incidents. Only 1 of those was in a public location, but 3 individuals were within that 2-block radius, and they were notified of the CPR. And within that radius, there was actually 6 notifications for the AEDs. And I'm sorry, I don't have follow-up information if the people actually responded to that incident or not. So total incidents alone just in Pulse Point was 375 just for last month. We also looked at what's the most popular areas that people are enabling on their device, and we see that wildland fires is the number one that everyone's monitoring, followed by structure fires, and then we get into the disasters, traffic collisions, and rescues, and things like that. And here's just a brief overview video here, if you could play that, Warren, of how it operates in the community when it's activated for the CPR. So the red hearts up there are actually people that are CPR trained, and then the yellow ones are actually the location of the AED. So again, red, those people are notified.
Smart app for your smartphone. The Washington Dance bring it into action.
So that concludes my presentation, but I can't reiterate enough that we encourage the community to please download the Pulse Point Respond app as well as the AED app. With that, happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
A couple of questions.
You bet, Sharon. Go ahead.
On the app, it shows.
Real quick, sorry to cut you off.
Sure.
I forgot there was one more slide, and probably the most important is a big thank you. San Luis Obispo County OES donated $10,000 for this project, as well as Pulse Point gave us an additional $6,500. It was $18,000 just to get the program, hardware, and installation. We couldn't have done it without them. And most importantly, the guy behind all of this that would be doing the presentation tonight, if he wasn't on vacation, was Fire Captain Paramedic John Prickett. So a big thank you goes out to him. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. On the app, you had the list of things you check. Structure fire, confirmed structure fire, vegetation fire, confirmed. What are the differences between those?
So one just comes in, notification that there's a possible fire, but the confirmed means there's actually a fire. I'd keep them both checked.
Okay. When that fire occurred probably 4 blocks away from my house, I didn't have this.
Yes.
I got phone calls in the middle of the night because people were on Facebook and they found out about it and they called us. So luckily we knew about it, but you guys did a great job in keeping it contained. Another question is, where can we get CPR training? Mine has lapsed many years ago.
So American Heart Association or Red Cross, they do training locally. We could probably put something out through social media or the city's website and update the community on where they can go to find that information. What's that? Free.
And then how do we find out what zone we're in?
If you go to readyslow.org, you can click on evacuation zones and your zone will be in there. And it should start off with a PRF. I believe it's PRF, Paso Robles Fire, and then a zone number.
Okay.
But yeah, you can find your, and actually there's a search box. You can put your address in there and it'll tell you what zone you live in. So ReadySlow.org, if there's any emergency in the community or the county, go there for all your information, evacuation zones, who's getting evacuation orders, wireless emergency alerts. It's a good place. They get all your information. You're welcome.
Okay, Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Captain Prickett came out to the senior advisory. Councilmember Gregory and I and several staff members were able to witness. He did almost as good a job as you, almost. How do we, if we're part of another organization, how do we get in touch with Captain Prickett and ask him to come present this Pulse Point to us?
Probably best just to send him an email. I'm sure you have it through the city director, but.
Okay,
that'd probably
so
be
just
the
check that and that's through the city website? I know how to do that, but if I'm out listening to this.
How about I could have him reach out to you?
So I know how to do it, but if I'm listening to this on KPRL, what's his email address?
It's jprickett with 2 T's at prcity.com.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, John, just real quick, or John, excuse me. When you're traveling, so does this share all the pulse points you're going through in other cities or towns?
No, you have to download each agency as you go through.
And are you able to do that on the app while you're going through?
You can.
Okay.
You can just do a search for whatever area you're going through and select the fire department that you want.
I was just looking at it myself, and are there other agencies in our county that have Pulse Point in working now?
Prior to us getting it ourselves in Atascadero, we're the only ones that do not have Pulse Point in the county.
Wow.
So now
everybody
we're on board. So Atascadero is still working through it.
Yeah. Excellent tool, Jonathan. I mean, time is of the essence in situations like this. So thank you. Appreciate the effort.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You bet. Next up, we have airport update. Mark Scandalis, airport manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Scandalis, airport manager. Just want to comment on that. We use that pulse point for aircraft emergencies. We got a notification last week. There was fluctuating oil pressure. Someone landed out of precaution, but we were ready because of what they set up. Good job. Here to give a short update on the FBO's FBO contract negotiation process. So as you may recall, at the June 18th meeting, City Council authorized staff to negotiate with Lloyd's Aviation for the full service FBO contract. Since that meeting, we've been working with legal counsel and our consultants to draft a written term sheet, which spells out key negotiation points. Ultimately, those negotiation points will be put into a lease agreement, which will be brought back to City Council at a later date. As part of this process, we've been holding informational meetings with the City Council and the Airport Commission to review this term sheet and seek their input. We expect to wrap up those meetings later next week, and then following that, we'll meet with Lloyd's Aviation to do the negotiation process. In addition to the FBO contract, staff was given direction to negotiate with the 3 subtenants of the current FBO operator. So we've drafted those subtenant agreements, and I've been meeting with those subtenants to discuss their requirements. We expect to bring back all 4 agreements to the City Council at the same meeting, so we don't have any lapse in service at the airport. And we endeavor to bring those agreements back in September for an October start date for the new contracts. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. Questions for Mark Scandalis? Councilman Bouch.
How are things going with the Royal Air Force?
They're doing well. They're here for the next 3 or 4 more weeks. We've been meeting with them, the city staff, and making sure they're being taken care of, and hope to continue that relationship.
Great.
Okay. Anything? Good. All right. Thank you, Mark. All right. We come up to general public comments. This is the time that public may address the council on items within the council's purview, but not scheduled on the agenda. All persons desiring to speak on the agenda will fill out a speaker information card handed to the city clerk prior to speaking. You'll have 3 minutes. The persons wishing to speak on a scheduled item tonight will have that opportunity when the item is heard. So we'll start off with, looks like Linda.
I'll give you my card after. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. After yesterday, currently a candidate for District 1. I came to give you guys some information. I did go to the 4th of July, and that was really fun, but I missed the fireworks because I had 2 little doggies that are like petrified, so I had to go home. I met Luvella. What an incredible person. After 20 minutes of the tours of the parking lots, and I found Frida, and they finally directed me to the right parking lot. I was at the lake, and we had a few bad actors, and I warned Chief Nord he might have to police my policing. So we all did really good that day. I don't know how any of you were outside at 100 and whatever weather. I think I waited to the last minute to go. So the library, I picked up some Spanish flyers. I passed them around my neighborhood for the events at the library. I went to the coffee, I went to the youth commission exchange of hands, I went to the coffee, and I have to tell you guys that Angelica and Linda took the sales out of my, I have no way to cut that budget. The carpet is absolutely needed. I walked in there today, and I agree with them all. Also, I have the petition to recall Gavin Newsom if anybody wants to sign. It's rescuecalifornia.org. In vein of that, AB 1955 passed, which means that the bill that the parents don't have to notify your children passed, which has now sent Elon Musk to take his X headquarters and his space to Texas. He announced that today. Dan Dow, this district attorney, is pressing. I worked on Prop 47. Now it's got an official name, which is Prop 36, and he is on Facebook, all social media. I'm giving him the ropes on how to be on X with the state capitol, and he's putting up videos urging everybody to please contact our local legislatures because we need that to pass. The conflicting initiative that Gavin was trying to put off wasn't done, so that's actually going to be on the ballot this year. He vetoed. This is important, Austin. He vetoed the homeless audit bill. Joe Patterson in Sacramento wrote that one. He vetoed that today. So that means there's going to be no accountability for the homeless monies. I know that's later on the agenda, but I wanted to bring that up now because Prop 1 passed, which means he can come back and take whatever the county has if somewhere along the line Gavin decides that he needs that money back. So I just wanted to give you guys an update. GSMOL are two bills that we worked on this year. Emergency service plan for all mobile home parks in California is at the consent calendar. It's probably going to be signed by the governor. And the last bill that we worked on, which is that mobile home parks cannot remove work vehicles. I wrote it down this time. Thanks, guys. Okay.
Welcome.
Hello, Maestra Munoz. I'm here because I was excited to see the Hispanic Heritage Month on the agenda, so big shout out to Mujeres de Acción and everybody who's excited about that. I thought as a teacher maybe I could share some facts because not even my own students knew everything and we could clear it up. Many of you love Cinco de Mayo. That's a very fun event. That's when we won the Battle of Pueblo. Well, Dia de Independencia is September, and that's why we have Hispanic Heritage Month. It's a very special day. When I went to Mexico to see it with my family, it's beautiful. It's for a famous priest called Hidalgo, and others, they give a grito, a yell for Mexico's independence from Spain. The indigenous people wanted more abilities to provide for their family. Sadly, Hidalgo and others lost their lives, but they believe that land was sacred and should belong to the people. It's also the same for other Independence Day for Sudamerica. Being a teacher, I have many migrant students that speak beautiful dialects from all over the world, and so many people around here celebrate this important and beautiful day. May I remind you that we're proud to pick the crops, help make our famous Paso wine, work in local restaurants and hospitality. We are the backbone of this area, and we're really proud to work here and to provide for the economy. So we hope everybody come and celebrate. It is a really good time for everybody, regardless of race. We hope all the kids come out and have a good time. It's a fiesta to build memories, and in this crazy world, we definitely need a fiesta or a time to all be together with the kids. So bring your family and friends. We hope to see you all there. Que viva la independencia.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Paul Ashton. I'm at 410 Creston Road and then Templeton. First off, just because everybody's in this room, I had some pretty questionable characters living on 410. And through an officer, Josh Lewis, I think you guys did an excellent job getting them off my property. It took a while, and there was a couple, whatever, I'll just stop there. But you guys did an excellent job, and thank you. That 410 property burnt down about 4 years ago, so I'm very much into this weed abatement project that you guys have going. Completely understand it. We can't have these fires going like they are going. So recently, I always do my property maintenance in June. So you guys just recently, rightfully so, decided to start doing this weed abatement a little earlier. So I missed all the notices. Officer Patty's been very, very responsive to me, and I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, sir, you're speaking about an item that's on tonight's agenda?
What's that?
I believe you're speaking about an item on tonight's agenda, and so you need to wait and hold your comments so you can speak when the agenda item is actually called, if you're talking specifically about the abatement program.
Right, so I need to do what?
Yeah, Paul, we're going to have to wait if that's what this is all, what you're speaking to, toward is the abatement issue. Yeah.
So if you have general public comment, you can do that now. If you want to talk about the weed abatement program, which is on the agenda tonight, I need you to wait till we call that item.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Back in a minute, Paul. Thank you. All right. Welcome, Greg.
I give this to you. There you go. I'm gonna get out of jail free card. There you go. Thank you very much. My name is Greg Raywell. I live in the Creston area. I'm a retired LA City fireman of 30 years of service. I met your fire chief when you had your earthquake, and I came and did all the cutting and cribbing on the collapsed buildings in this thing because I thought you were my neighbors until you sued me and the other people that live outside in the unincorporated area to try to steal our water rights. Today at the Paso Robles Board of Supervisors, they voted to spend $300,000 on a study. I have 4 studies right here. I can give you the papers. One study cost $327,000. One study cost $47,000. I don't even know what the other studies cost. It's unbelievable. So we're going to do another study instead of a project to solve something. I want to know from this board, have you met as your GSA board to vote to do this study? You didn't. You're in violation of the MOA, or they're in violation of the MOA. Somebody's in violation of the MOA because Bruce Gibson, with his new little dog called Blaine, and he knows how to roll over. This whole thing has been taken over by organizations that are not promoting what's beneficial for the basin. We went through this so many times. I can't even believe we're at the same point right now with not doing what needs to be done and kicking the can down the road. I can go back to 2005 with the prior agreement, Paso Robles, the county, the other agencies, everybody that's involved, the emergency ordinance, the quiet title action, everything that's gone on. Not one project has been completed or been done. So I'm asking you, as a GSA body, are you for spending $300,000 on doing another feasibility study when we have 10 studies before that that say the same thing, to pay more consultants to do the same thing to kick the can down the road? Are you finally going to stand up and take a position and let's get something done to do what we need to do? That's why I'm here. Tonight is my 47th, my wife will kill me, wedding anniversary, and I'm here with you guys. So thank you.
You better get home, Greg. Thank you.
Good evening. I know three of you guys. Murray Powell, I'm a Templeton resident. I'm also vice chair of the Templeton Area Advisory Group, TAG. Not representing TAG tonight. I also like to speak for a couple minutes on the same thing that Mr. Graywall spoke on. I was at the board hearing this morning also, and it's disappointing to see how the SLO County supervisors, led by Bruce Gibson, are kind of taken over the Paso basin groundwater problems. So what I'm asking you guys, because you are one of the 5 GSAs that are overseeing the Sigma law, that you have to reduce the overpumping in this basin by 2040, which is a hell of a long time from now. And I agree totally with Mr. Graywall that there's a Paso Basin Cooperative Committee that was formed to kind of put each of you GSAs together in some manner. That committee is supposedly a public entity, a public governmental Brown Act entity, but it doesn't seem to get much done on its own. And and they have no authority. The committee itself that has meetings in this room, the next one's on July 27th. Anybody that lives in the basin ought to come and listen to these. In any event, I'm asking you as a GSA to have a GSA public hearing on what is going on right now with this situation. It is out of hand. 7 years this committee was formed in 2017, and other than studies and meetings and annual reports that are required, that are costing $100,000. This year, there's 2 reports that are due for a total cost of $400,000. The only thing that gets done around here is the bureaucracy. Okay, there's no projects. The reason I'm involved is because I'm very concerned about domestic well failures in the basin. The county started tracking them in 2016. There's been over 350 domestic well failures. And what that means, folks, is that you have to re-drill your well, and these wells are costing between $40,000 and $70,000 in order to replace a well, in order to get water to your homes. And nothing is being done about it. So I would really appreciate you guys setting up a meeting. I would love to be there and try to help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Michael?
Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. I want to just reiterate what Greg said. Greg is an expert on water, and I think that this body, as a GSA, really needs to take this very seriously, because I don't think it is being taken seriously. You have an oversight responsibility, and you have a responsibility to this city to make sure that the integrity of the water table is intact. There's a lot of people out there from Los Angeles and other areas that want to tap into our water supply. And I think that it is your responsibility to ensure, when you have experts like Mr. Graywall come before you and tell you that there is a significant problem here, that you should agendize this, and you should go before the people and have public input and have full transparency related to this water table. There's a lot of straws in this aquifer right now. And I'm not talking about little straws. I'm talking about big, big straws that are pumping tremendous volumes of water. And if people don't think that that's a problem, you better think twice. So I would highly encourage you to listen to what Mr. Graywall just said.
Anyone else? Okay.
Mayor Hammond, I do have one caller.
Okay.
Tony Gaspar.
Who is it?
Tony Gaspar.
Tony, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. My name is Tony Gaspar, 2200 Country View Lane, Paso Robles. I am serving my 3rd term as an airport commissioner. However, tonight I would like to exercise my rights and address the council as a private citizen. I would like to address a matter concerning the city's upcoming negotiation with Lloyd's Aviation and the FBO services at the airport. Specifically, a question is, how is it in the city's best interest to allow one entity, Lloyd's, the exclusive opportunity to develop the 3-acre parcel behind the fuel island? It became very clear when reviewing the response of Lloyd's to the initial RFP that Lloyd's is not a developer. This is not a criticism of Lloyd's, just a fact that they are an aviation service provider, not a developer. They pump fuel, they provide maintenance and other aviation services, and they do it well. Yet, despite Lloyd's lack of development experience, it appears as though the city is planning on including the development of the 3-acre parcel in its negotiation of the FBO contract with Lloyd's. This would be wrong. The 3 acres should not be included in any service contract with Lloyd's. The 3 acres should be put out to separate RFP so all developers, stakeholders, and even Lloyd's, if they wish, can have an opportunity to respond with a proposal. I, for one, do have a very viable hangar project for that 3 acres that I have wanted to discuss with the city, but have been prevented from doing so because of the inclusion of the 3 acres on the original FBO RFP. I am certain other developers would like an opportunity to submit a proposal for the 3 acres as well. The city of Paso Robles has not given itself a chance to consider all possible proposals for the use and lease of that 3 acres. Can the council please address why they think it is in the best interest of the city that a FBO service provider be offered exclusive rights to this 3 acres without considering other developers' projects and proposals through a separate RFP process? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Tony. Anyone else? Melissa, online?
Not for general public comment.
Okay. I had a few questions that we can try and get some answers back to them directly. I think Scandell's, Mark, you're still here, so we can get that information back to Tony and see how that's going. Also on the water issue, GSA, we have a meeting coming up, but also Christopher, I believe you have information on that as well that we're going to be talking about. And there was a question about projects. There are projects being done. We actually have one in our city, don't we?
Yeah, let me start by saying that the city of Paso Robles has done a lot to do its part to try to improve the health of the basin. Starting back 10 years ago, we made a commitment not to expand, not to grow through the expansion of groundwater pumping. We've spent tens of millions of dollars to build infrastructure to import surface water supplies, for example, with the Nacimiento pipeline. We've reduced our pumping in the basin by 50% in the last 15 years, in spite of our growth. So our pumping from the basin is half what it used to be. Okay, but we're doing everything we can to continue to expand supplemental supplies in the basin. We've spent millions of dollars to date developing a recycled water program. We've got thousands of feet of pipe already in the ground, big river crossings that we've already installed. So we're doing a lot within the city limits. Now there's a lot still that needs to be done, and we're working with our GSA partners to develop additional projects. We're working on, for example, a blended water supply, which will take water from both Nacimiento and the recycled water and deliver it throughout the basin. This is in the study phase right now. There are a lot of studies going on because we're evaluating a lot of different options and opportunities to improve the situation in the basin. So I take issue with the fact that, it's being stated that we're not doing anything. There's been a lot that's been done. And the city of Paso Robles in particular, I believe, has really stepped up and done what it can to alleviate stress on the basin.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Moving on to agendas items deferred. City Manager Lewis, do we have anything?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
let's go ahead and then move on to the overview of items on the consent calendar so people understand what we're going to be taking action on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First item is approval of the June 18th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is receipt of the advisory body minutes for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for May 13th, 2024, as well as the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee for June 10th, 2024. We also have receipt of the warrant register, and as I promised, we will review any large transactions there. Second, as my computer is loading it slowly. So between 6:14 and 7:5:24, we had 4 major transactions as far as checks issued. The 6/14/24, $1,119,444. That was 152 checks. 6/21, 112 checks for $453,719. 6/28, 110 for $3,147,000, 145. 7/5, we had 203 checks issued for $3,935,794. Notable checks in this particular area there was a handful. Ramina Construction, these are for upgrade to water services in the Sierra Bonita neighborhood in the amount of $232,096. Moorbark LLC purchase of a track brush chipper for $125,401. Tartaglia Engineering for professional services for pavement maintenance at the airport for $116,007. San Luis County visitors for April 2023 outstanding TMD issue for $138,507. Another PRTID for Paso Robles destination, April of 2023 as well for $183,870. As part of our meter upgrades, Badger Meters was paid $987,206. Tidwell Excavating Corporation for our EDA project, which is a grant for fiber network installation, $510,466. We had tax allocation bonds for the RDA, 2 of those to U.S. Bank. First one in the amount of $650,943. The second in the amount of $450,827. Granite Construction for a construction contract on Crescent Road, Phase 1, $472,427. 2 payments to California JPIA, one for workers' compensation for 2024 and 25 in the amount of $2,719,231. And then all risk for our property insurance was $395,177.
Very good. All right. So,
still going on with the consent there, sir.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 4, is declaring certain property surplus and approve of its disposal. That's item number 4. Item number 5 is approval of a corporation yard lease extension for 625 Riverside Avenue. Item number 6 is approval of City Council members Fred Strong's travel and training budget. There was some excess and overages, so we need approval to go over those limits. Item number 7 is approval of Geographic Information Systems Enterprise Software renewal in the amount of $121,500 over 3 years. Item number 8 is approval of cost report for costs incurred abating public nuisance parcels and directing the cost be forwarded to the county auditor for inclusion on the next tax bill. Item number 9 is receive and file the annual fire inspection report for the state mandated occupancies. Item number 10 is approval of contribution agreements for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26 with the Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association and Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance and Visitor Services Agreement with the Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. Item number 11 is the annual report on military equipment use pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 and renewal of ordinance number 1119. Item number 12 is the second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance number 1141, repealing ordinance number 489, which amended section 8.08.055 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code to restrict dogs in public places. Item number 13 is rejection of all bids for Sierra Bonita neighborhood road repairs. Item number 14 is approval of payment to PG&E to install conduit for power to the South Vine Bridge lighting system. Item number 15 is approve a change order to a contract with Stantec for project approval and environmental documents for the Niblick Road Corridor Plan. And finally, item number 16 is acceptance of River Oaks 2 final map 3105 for phase 3.
Okay, total of 16 items tonight on consent. Items on consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if full discussion is warranted by a member of council or a member of public, it may be pulled and put to the end of the discussion items tonight for consideration. Council members would also like to ask clarifying questions. They can do so now. So we'll go ahead and move off then. I'll start with council. Anybody would like to have one pulled or questions? Sure.
I just have some questions on 5, 6, 9, 12, and 13.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and just start down then.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 5, 6, 12, and 16.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about that. Okay, 5,
6, 12, 16, clarifying question on 15.
Okay. So we'll pull those and put those to the end of discussion item. And then you had a question on 15. Okay. Go ahead, Sharon, with your questions first.
On all of these, or we're going to be discussing 5?
It may clear up other questions from council or the public, so go ahead and start with yours.
Some of them are just pretty simple questions. My own edification on 5 is when and why was that lot sold that we are now leasing back? And then I think we're going to be discussing Mr. Strong's travel. On number 9, the fire inspection, what is involved in the actual inspection? Do you actually enter the premises, and was there an inspection done out at the airport on hangars?
Paul Patty, Battalion Chief, will answer that.
Good evening. Paul Patty, Fire Marshal. So these are state mandated inspections. They're separate from our regular business inspections, which would be the airport. The airport is not a state mandated one. The state mandated are jails, their educational facilities, their triplexes, apartment complexes, hotels, motels, and I don't have my paperwork. I'm sorry, there's one more item that's in the report. But those are the ones that are state mandated. The state 3 years ago, required us as a community to report to them that we have completed those inspections, and we've completed 100% of those this year.
Do you actually go into the apartments, or is it?
Triplexes and above, we do not go into the apartments. We deal with the common areas. So if it's laundry facilities or if there's a general office there for those larger complexes, we do take care of those for the interior inspections, but we do not inspect people's private properties and inside the rooms. When we do hotels and motels and inns and those, we go and we inspect rooms that are vacant at the time. So we usually do a percentage of the complex based on the size.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The number 12, the dogs in the park. Is this, and this is for all parks, not just the downtown park? Leash law is still in effect. I guess one thing, if this does go through, I'd like park maintenance to take notice of any increase in cleanup necessary in the parks, maybe and report back to council in 6 months or whatever, so that we have an idea if there's a negative effect for this as well. And number 13, the rejection of bids in Sierra Bonita. Why can we not accept a particular bid and have them start their aspect or their part of the bid after the gas company finishes?
The gas company we don't really have an exact date from them. We have a date for phase 1, and they told told us that there's a phase 2 coming, and it's probably going to be like a 7 and maybe even up to a year for them to complete.
Okay.
The bid documents, as shown, our bid documents is only good for 90 days.
Yeah.
After that, we have to either award it or reject it.
Yeah, I didn't see the thing about phase 2. I saw something about being completed
Yeah.
within a month or whatever, and I just wondered. Thank you.
Okay. Fred, do you have any questions on consent? Chris, do you have a question here, 15, you want to answer?
Titus? On item 15, Niblick Quarter, have we entered into any kind of negotiation with the property owners as far as the setbacks? And if so, what's the status of that?
The setbacks, you mean like if we're going to be
Road
encroaching into their
encroachment,
properties?
yes.
No, we have not entered that negotiation. We're just in the preliminary, this is just the environmental.
Okay.
So we have to go through
fine.
that, and then eventually, once we get to the hard design, then we'll start negotiations.
Thank you.
If there are any.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have questions. Pro Tem Gregory.
Mine's a little simpler here. On the item number 4 on the surplus, a lot of that is computer equipment. Are we able to donate to that to the local schools or nonprofits?
Right.
Good evening, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Yes, Mr. Gregory, that is one of the typical practices we do with the computer-related technologies is reach out to the school district to see if they have any sort of needs for it, but usually after that, we tend to recycle any remaining pieces.
Thank you.
Okay, all the questions then from council? I'll open it up then to the public. Anybody wishing to have a question or poll an item on consent?
Hi, Linda George. Already forgot my address. On 3126 Spring Street, on number 9, I want to remind the council that when Chief Harris gave his budget presentation, he indicated that there were a lot of less doctors in this county, and now we can add to that less surgeons. So I remember when I was listening, he indicated that a lot of the calls that they go into are triage calls. What that means is that they are acting as a proxy for our emergency rooms and our clinics. So to ask them to inspect private property at an airport is not, I feel, their priority. I believe that we need to discover a way to get them to be able to attend to more fires and things like that, as opposed medical emergencies, as opposed to inspecting private hangars. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the public?
Mayor Hammond, I do have a caller.
Okay.
Jan Albin.
Jan, can you hear us?
Hi. Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Item number 5. That's so ongoing, but what's always puzzled me and concerns me is that the reason we're still paying that rent of $13,000 a month, which actually equates to $156,000 a year, is because that what we're using that property for, as well as the one on Pine Street, was supposed to be moved out to that $6 million that we paid for property out by the airport. So I'm confused about what we do with that, what we're doing with that $6 million piece of property, and why we're still paying leases on these other 2 pieces. Why can't we either find another piece of property that's more appropriate than to continue to pay these enormous amounts of rent for this property? Thank you.
Okay. I can understand that. I think we have already property that we're designing and going to have the corporation yard moved to.
So I think that's the item that Mr. Bausch pulled, so I think we're going to get a whole staff report on that in a minute.
That's right, you did pull
Or
it.
at the end. That was one of the ones that was pulled.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Albin, you have to wait till the end.
We'll answer that in a few minutes when we get to discussion items, Jan.
Mr. Hammond, there was the gentleman who was speaking who I cut off because he was wanting to talk about item, I think it's 8. So I don't know if we want to bring him back up and give him a chance to finish what he was saying.
Who was it?
There was a gentleman who spoke, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
That's right.
Who was speaking about the weed abatement, so I cut off because it was an
Paul,
agendized item.
now's the time if you want to,
Yeah, sure.
you got to come over
I need you
here.
to go to the microphone, please, so that everybody can hear. Making this.
All right. So in the end, the weed abatement, our Marshall Patty gave me about a 16-item list of everything you guys have done to try to notify the owners. In the end, my right address wasn't on the APN number, so it got mailed somewhere wrong. I really don't. I mean, I think all my aggression at first was I was just mad at myself for not taking care of the property sooner. So in the end, I really don't have anything to say except myself. I got my address changed on my APN, and I will start maintaining the property in May instead of June like I've been doing every year. And I asked for some leniency because I never saw the signs or I never got the notice, and it's a small amount. If I end up paying it, it's a donation to you guys, but
okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Anything else?
All right, Paul, thank you. Okay. Then I think we've got all the questions online, everything around at this point. So we're going to go ahead then and have a discussion on the ones that we can.
Could we have, I'll make a motion, but there's so many numbers, I'm afraid I messed that up.
So I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right.
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
11,
13.
13, 14,
15.
and 15
All right.
are eligible to be considered as part of the consent calendar. The rest have been pulled.
Okay, and then just for clarification, Chris, did you get your question answered on 15?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So moved that all those we approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Roden. Any discussion? Okay, Melissa will go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, moving on then now to the first item in discussion. And that's the approval of the new City Park event, Hispanic Heritage Festival. Frida?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Tonight, we are asking that you approve the request of Mujeres de Acción to host an event in City Park, the Hispanic Heritage Festival on Sunday, September 15th from 2 to 9 p.m. The group is also requesting that the city co-sponsor the event, allowing them access to the city banner location at First and Spring Streets and presence on the city website. The Hispanic Heritage Festival is part of Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrated each year from September 15th to October 15th. It was established by President Lyndon Johnson in 1968 and expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988, and recognizes the significant contributions Latino Americans have made in the United States dating back to the American Revolution. Mujeres de Acción established this event in 2022 at Sherwood Forest Park. Formerly called the Mexican Independence Day celebration, the event was very popular, attracted large crowds, and provided a quality cultural experience for the entire community. The event in City Park will celebrate the rich Hispanic heritage in Paso Robles by featuring music, dancing, artisans, and food. Nonprofit organizations will be offered booths to distribute their resource information to attendees. With that, I'd like to introduce Yesenia Echeverria, representing Mujeres de Acción, for her comments.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. It is With tons of excitement, I am here with you today on behalf of Mujeres de Acción, and please wave if you are supporting this event and you're here with Mujeres de Acción. It is something special for us. We got our start here in Paso Robles 10 years ago. Our mission started with a breast cancer diagnosis, which was personal to me, which is my mother, who is actually here, Maria Chavarria. And out of all of that work, we have grown so much. We were frontliners during COVID and have created Children's Day celebration. I'm going to toot our own horn, so just be aware. We have been able to create lots of positive interactions with our community and being that bridge for the Latino community and city council resources. Mayor Martin, former Mayor Martin, was a supporter of this event. It has outgrown the venue, which is why we're seeking support from City Council here today. So it's a good problem to have where Dragon Park no longer fits us. So we're about 800 attendees that started off there at Dragon Park, and now we're looking to grow. And one of the biggest challenges is really the lighting and making sure that there's enough access for as many attendees as we are planning to have. And we're just so excited. We're really looking forward to your support. I think this is something that is going to be another thing to add to what makes Paso Robles so unique and special, as well as setting the stage for other cities across the county and beyond.
Thank you.
Are there questions?
Yeah.
Or yes.
So I have a question. Is it going to be from, you said 2 to 9?
Yes.
Right. Pretty much in the afternoon till evening?
Correct.
And is it going to be in a certain portion of the park? Where are you going to be located?
We were hoping to use the whole entire park just to allow for flow. Obviously, we're going to do a portion for nonprofits and other agencies to have resources for community members. And then the later half of the event is going to be very heavy on entertainment.
Okay. Very good. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. So we have no questions from council. Do we have any questions from the public? Michael.
Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. I highly support this event, and I hope that it's very successful. Obviously, being a Hispanic and Native American, I fully understand what has been contributed by people from that ethnic group. However, I just pray for the day when we can have an American heritage celebration that brings all people, Hispanic, Black, Asian, all people, to our Central Park to celebrate who we are as one people, e pluribus unum, from many one. That's my prayer. And the divisiveness which comes because of the separation of groups is not healthy for us as a nation and as a community. So that's my prayer. But I highly support and hope that the celebration is successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
I'd like to make a comment. The 4th of July is that day. Mr. Rivera, if you went to the celebration, everybody was there. Everybody, every American, everybody was there. And that's what the true meaning of 4th of July is. And the park is not big enough. There was 10,000 plus people out at the 4th of July. And I just want to make this comment because it was remarkable. I walked around and I've never seen so many children having so much fun that I couldn't even walk around. There was kids running everywhere. Everybody, every color, everybody's there just having a blast. And that's truly what the 4th of July is supposed to be, and it was that day. And I want to commend our staff for just putting on a great party for everyone. Everybody felt welcome. The staff was working with everybody and all the kids, and it was amazing. So I just wanted to not criticize what you're saying, but compliment what you're saying. So, yeah, absolutely. That's
Councilman Strong.
And that was what my comment was going to be too, that we do celebrate it with the 4th of July, and we also include Native Americans and Europeans, as well as those mentioned by Mr. Rivera.
Councilman Bausch.
Yesenia, congratulations. You have grown and done so much for this community, so very proud of all of your accomplishments. I think this is a great celebration. I think everybody can participate. It'll be a great event. Look forward to the day when downtown Park isn't big enough and we have to move it again. And it just continues. Everybody enjoys. I didn't hear any mention about food. Where's the food? You're going to have food, I hope. No, just tell me there's going to be food there, right? Yes?
Well, to answer your question, one of the things that I really feel sets Paso Robles aside from many other cities, and I hope I don't hurt anyone's feelings that may be listening to this, Paso Robles is so unique in regards to the cuisine of Mexican culture. And if you look at the businesses from downtown all the way out to Creston, all the way down to 36th Street, we have quite a diversity of restaurants. And sometimes we say, gosh, another Mexican restaurant, but they all sell, they all do well, and they're all delicious. So yes, of course, we're gonna have the agua fresca, taquitos, quesadillas, tamales, quesadillas, pupusas, a wide range of celebrations. So not only are we celebrating with entertainment, but also for all you foodies, there will be plenty to savor on.
And desserts, don't forget pasteles. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Sharon, go ahead.
Yesenia, I'm happy that it sounds like we're having just raving support. And our downtown park is the absolute perfect place because we do have the lighting, we have the restrooms, we have the space, and it should be a collection of, or where we come together as a community. And I appreciate you bringing this forward. And I think it's going to be a great success. Thank you.
Okay. So I was going to mention too, Jacinda, your leadership and your service to Congressman Carver Hall and all the work you've been doing for the North County through that system has been very much appreciated as well. So
I'll make a motion that we approve this great event.
Second.
And that we all have to attend because we're going to have fun.
Strong
okay.
seconds.
Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 2, introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending Paso Robles Municipal Code, Chapter 2.24, Emergency Organization. Jonathan Stornetta.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council. Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. Chapter 2.24 of the city's municipal code regulates the preparation and implementation of emergency plans for the protection of persons and property within the city during an emergency. An emergency is defined as the extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the city caused by events such as fires, floods, riots, sudden and severe energy shortage, earthquakes, or other conditions beyond the control of the services, personnel, equipment, and facilities of the city. And it's ironic that I read that because I just received a notice from Cal OES. The South County has just suffered a severe power outage. Over 28,000 people are without power from Pismo to Napomo, east to Edna Valley, almost into San Luis right now. So this is in preparation of an emergency, this municipal code. Chapter 2.24 describes the formation of the emergency organization and the coordination of emergency functions with all other public agencies, corporations, organizations, and affected private persons. I'm here before you tonight because the council adopted the city's new emergency operations plan on April 16th of this year, and those updates reflected in that emergency operations plan also require updates to the municipal code so that both are in alignment. The updated emergency operations plan incorporated state and federal changes of the incident management organization and legal statutes. Some of those legal statutes include the California Standard Emergency Management System, also known as SIMS, the National Incident Management System, also known as NIMS, and the National Response Framework. Without those updates, our city would not be eligible for funding of response-related cost under disaster assistance programs or major events involving multiple agencies. Before you tonight is the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.24 of Title II of the Paso Robles Municipal Code, which reflects the updates to the City of Paso Robles Emergency Operations Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Jonathan? None? Anybody from the public wishing to ask questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back then to council for direction.
I'll make a recommendation or move to recommend that we introduce for the first reading by title only an ordinance of the City of Paso Robles amending Chapter 2.24 of Title II of the Paso Robles Municipal Code.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Roden. Any discussion on that? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yes.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. Item 3, approval of 5-year economic development plan by Mr. Paul Sloan, Economic Manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project here this evening. As you can see on the slide, thank you very much. If you have any questions, no, we can go back to the beginning. Okay. Good job. They said keep it short.
Yeah, not that short. But.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's a great pleasure for us and a privilege to present this to you. It's a project that has involved a very detailed market research along with extensive outreach and stakeholder engagement. And to start us off, I'd like to pass the microphone to Assistant City Manager Chris Huat to give us the background and the context for this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, there we go. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, Chris Huat, Assistant City Manager. Nearly 2 decades ago, the city and the community collaborated to establish economic development goals. In 2006, the city, the Chamber of Commerce, and community members developed what was known as the Paso Robles Economic Strategy, which I have a copy of here. I pulled it from the Carnegie Archives. Just kidding. And the purpose of this document was to enhance livability and quality of life through economic growth. I wanted to note that Councilmember Strong was actually among the city representatives that developed this plan in 2006. Since then, as this slide dictates, the city and more globally, there have been some very significant events that have impacted, again, both the local economy and the broader economy, including the Great Recession, the initial closure of Diablo Canyon, or the plan to close that, and later the extension of its operations, the COVID-19 pandemic, the establishment and the subsequent hiring of an economic development manager under the city function. All those have shaped our local economy. Concurrently to all of this, Paso Robles, as this group and everyone in the room knows, has solidified its place as a major tourist destination, which brings its own economic impacts. Through those 18 years, the economic development strategy really has remained unchanged. This document is still the one that is the official economic development strategy plan. So in 2002, on the heels of hiring an economic development manager, the city initiated an effort to update this strategy to align with current economic needs and opportunities, along with making sure that we're applying best practices when we're out and about doing the great work that we're doing on the economic development front. Today, I'm pleased to introduce Molly McKay with Wildan Financial Services, who's going to be providing an overview of the updated strategic plan. Molly and her team, along with Economic Development Manager Paul Sloan, have closely engaged with our business community, organizations, developers, and other stakeholders to identify over 75 action items that are related to and that are intended to advance our economic development work within the city. I'm pleased to report that several of these action items and recommendations are already underway in some form. A great example are some of the goals that the council has adopted this year related to reinvigorating our public arts program, as well as updating street lighting in the downtown area. So those are just two examples that you're actually going to see in the plan as you work through it that are already underway. So what this plan really does is, in part, consolidates these activities into one plan while filling the gaps with best practice economic development functions for us to work off of. So having a plan of this magnitude does a couple things that I just want to quickly highlight, and then I'll conclude my statements. One, it allows the city to be more intentional in directing the day-to-day work of our economic development staff and the resources that we have there. We actually potentially become more competitive for certain types of grants by having this plan. Having this plan and having the outreach that was done through this plan identifies needs and opportunities, and those are identified, and that type of engagement is important when applying for most grants. And then finally, it really signals to the developers in our business community that the city really remains a great place to live and do business in. And reinforces those elements. So with that, I'm going to pass the baton over to Ms. McKay, and then following her presentation, we're happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of the discussion. We are looking for the council to approve the economic development strategic plan. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. McKay to take it away.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, Molly.
Thank you, Paul and Chris. Good evening. Again, I am Molly McKay, a managing principal of Wildan's Financial and Economic Consulting Services out of Oakland, California. And on behalf of my team, unfortunately, a few of those people could not be here this evening. James Edison, Carlos Villarreal, and Jade Shipman, also out of our Oakland office, and our target industry attraction advisor, subconsultant Olivia Metz. We are delighted to be here tonight to present our recommendations for Paso Robles' 5-year Economic Development Strategic Plan, or EDSP. As Chris shared, the foundation of this EDSAP stems from prior policy decisions and initiatives. And the most recent one, which really was our guiding light, is the City Council's adopted goals for 2022 to 2024. And specifically, goal number 1, economic development and vitality, which called for a focus on creating and launching an EDSP, along with policy decisions that will serve to leverage and protect Paso Robles' current wine-oriented tourism assets, while also advancing a strategy to attract development and investment in the Paso Robles Spaceport and Innovation Technology Park. Our approach to formulating the EDSP required a multi-step process of research and outreach, followed by consensus building and implementation planning. And really what was driving our research focus was how to attract head of household jobs as differentiated from the existing service sector jobs, and how to attract the talent to fill those jobs. So that was really a big driver of how we approached this project. Another important starting point was to understand where we are today as a baseline for defining the gaps and opportunities that we would try to solve with economic development policy. And this benchmarking assessment focused on existing conditions and the city's capacity to deliver economic development services like business attraction and marketing and communications. And we found that while the city is engaged in each of these activities, which what I'm sharing with you here are considered, industry standards in economic development. But what we found is that in some cases, the city is in more of a reactive mode and without formal program structures. And we find this all the time. And then really that is the purpose of EDSP planning. So the capacity assessment was followed by extensive research and stakeholder outreach, as we mentioned, to business leaders and strategic partners, especially within the wine and tourism industry, the airport commission, education providers, and the developer broker community. We conducted outreach through one-on-one interviews, focus groups, and 3 workshops held with leadership, again, from Wine and Tourism and the Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association. This feedback directly informed our recommendations for the new economic development policies and programs investments I'm going to share with you this evening. So industry feedback identified 3 times as many opportunities than gaps, which we found, very, not just optimistic, but very positive. And that also sort of reflects the business climate in Paso Robles. We found that principally the city is considered an effective development partner and that market conditions signal opportunities with pent-up demand in high-value sectors like technology, research and development, and labs. And this is based on input we received from developers who have expressed an interest in doing business in Paso Robles. On the gap side, what we found is that the gaps were so cohesive that we, in this graphic here, we combined them into one category representing both wine and tourism because they were, although in separate focus groups, they were across the board almost the same. Pardon me. And I don't think it will be a surprise to anyone in this chamber that the gaps really focus around the lack of market rate multifamily housing and childcare facilities, and the lack of readily available labor and related training programs, as well as the need to reach much deeper into the K through 12 age group and beyond. I'm so sorry. I might need a cough drop. Anybody has one?
Take a minute.
Yeah, it's just suddenly upon me. So, as I was saying, we found that there was a sort of broadly based feedback on the need to reach deeper into the K through 12 age group and beyond with training programs to connect your young people to job opportunities in Paso Robles. So we then compiled all this feedback to integrate.
Do we want comments here, or do we want observations, or do you want to hold those?
If you could, I'd recommend we get through the presentation, maybe hold to the end if that works for you.
Okay, we got one on the K through 12 education.
Okay.
Thank you. So as I was saying, we compiled all of this feedback and also, in a way, cross-referenced it with the market opportunities and specific geographic assets with the focus on how to grow ancillary new economic activity. So an example of new activity within the wine industry could be bottling, testing, and distribution, which would, in effect, widen the wine ecosystem. And this was backed up with extensive research and data from our target industry attraction advisor. We then tied the strategy to other planning efforts that would prep the environment for new growth. So overall, we looked to identify the existing and new economic development focus areas to prioritize within the EDSP with an eye on what would make Paso Robles an investable city. So from that effort, I mean, really this was a process of connecting 1,000 dots. It was a complex undertaking. We created 3 maps that are really the center stone of the plan to help illustrate these priorities. And this first map is of the city's economic development focus areas. So 10 focus areas in total were identified, balanced between the existing wine and tourism industries, the downtown core, and then along with new targets related to the Space Innovation and Technology Park, municipal airport, and 5 retail commercial areas. Focus area number 10 on this map, which you can see is blown out to the left, upper left corner, represents the North Spring Street corridor, which is what we found to be a unique and new category identified as an area with opportunity for potential growth and development. The second map, the second map it relates to placemaking pilot program improvements. So this map provides the detailed recommendations for the downtown core, which was focus area number 9 on the prior map. A particular focus of our research and outreach was on how to integrate recommendations from the Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association's Economic Vitality and Placemaking Subcommittee. These priorities center around improved safety and sense of place, activation of primary pedestrian paths, and the connection of all of these things to the downtown core as a whole. Some of these specific action items include improving roadway conditions, formalizing a public arts program, increasing downtown lighting, activating key alleys, and reimagining downtown City Park with some new dedicated gathering circle improvements. Again, some of these improvements are already underway. So this third map provides a snapshot of proposed gateway and monuments improvements. It is organized here really as a subset of the placemaking and infrastructure programming. So these proposed improvements reflect the 7 primary gateways into the city, along with the airport and train station. And this intentional plan will serve to bring the Paso Robles community brand out to the doorstep of the community at each point, north, south, east, and west along the 101 and State Route 46. So the synthesis of all of this market research and stakeholder feedback and city staff input resulted in a recommendation for 5 key initiatives and 75 supporting action items. So these initiatives include a civic innovation initiative, a key business retention and expansion program, an expanded workforce development partnership program, a placemaking and infrastructure program, and the multifamily rental accelerator program. Each of these initiatives is supported by an identified staff lead and implementation partners, specific action steps, a cost estimate, and potential funding sources over a 5-year period. Adoption of the EDSP is also tied to specific expected outcomes. It will clearly communicate to investors and developers that the city is proactively facilitating public infrastructure investments, multifamily housing development, and new business activity in Paso Robles. The recommendations supporting each proposed initiative will also market the city as a pro-business development partner who will provide clarity throughout the development process, thereby reducing risk and time during entitlements and construction. An example of the detailed approach to the implementation plan framework and the action steps, the timeline, is provided here just for initiative number 2, Business Retention and Expansion Program. Again, this is just illustrative. Examples of the supporting action items that you will see proposed for year 1 of the work plan includes a business climate survey, which has already been drafted with input from your industry leaders, along with development of a uniform city brand and new marketing collateral and communications channels. In addition, to amplify the work already underway by the Community Development Division and to make tangible progress towards attracting head of household jobs, we recommended developing a list of multifamily opportunity sites to market to developers and the formation and launch of a childcare facility development program, which I'd like to note is the city's role would be facilitation, not investment in construction or anything like that. The full implementation plan and supporting report includes in-depth research supporting these recommendations, including more background on existing conditions, gaps and opportunities, and the linkages of these elements to the recommendations. We also provide an annual cost estimate for each initiative. In 2018, the city received funds under Senate Bill 1090, earmarked due to the impending closure of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. So these funds are legally bound for use in qualified economic development activities. All proposed expenditures outlined in the EDSP utilizing SB 1090 funds are eligible. For the initial year, it is proposed that the city uses the remaining SB 1090 funds to kickstart various initiatives and action items detailed in the plan. And then moving forward from the first year, the city anticipates funding subsequent years through discretionary funds from the general fund, barring any new grants or partnerships with community organizations, which we would expect that level of participation at some point. So as such, allocation of funding for years 2 to 5 will depend on fiscal conditions and will require approval from the City Council at that time. I'd also like to note that the plan does not call for additional staffing, but it suggests a review of staff capacity in the third year to assess the potential need for a new staff member. Finally, the plan includes performance metrics to allow for ongoing monitoring and reporting on progress against goals. So the metrics that we're sharing here are divided by citywide metrics like sales tax revenue and TOT revenues, production of multifamily housing units, and then metrics that are related to the specific functions of the economic development and or the community development departments. These metrics are in tandem with each initiative and the action steps to enable you to track things like, for example, with the new BRE program, the number of BRE survey respondents, or the creation of new marketing tools, especially where CIP expenditures are linked to economic development goals. We recommend that data be collected on an ongoing basis and where relevant, to be used to help inform the prioritization of budget requests from year to year. So this concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank your incredible staff in the city manager's office, Ty, Chris, and Paul, and Warren and team, of course, the Paso Robles Airport manager, Mark, and really across the board. I'd also like to thank members of your business community, especially the leadership of the Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown Main Street Association, the Wine Alliance, and Travel Paso for significant contributions of input and feedback throughout the process. I can say after a year on the ground in your community, we've found Paso Robles to be a top-notch city in which to invest and do business, particularly due to the city's public investment and long-term planning efforts like this Economic Development Strategic Plan. And we believe that good things are coming to your community. So with that, I'm going to hand over the podium to Chris while I'd be happy to take questions.
And that concludes the presentation, so we will be happy to answer any questions. And again, at the end, the discussion staff is asking for approval of this plan, so thank you.
All right, we'll begin with council. Chris Bausch, I think you had a question.
I have a couple actually. So we noticed that we wanted to collaborate high school education for horticulture. So that a lot of that has already been put into place. We have hydraulics, for example. We have welding. We have a lot of the ag portion where we fall short because when we get into the growing season. We actually had, I think, about a 5-acre vineyard on the east side of town that is now just fenced off as weeds because summertime gets here and there are no students to perform the necessary services. So part of that becomes an industry collaboration. Industry needs to take over and provide those jobs. Not a criticism, just an observation. I think the education system, the school district has provided an awful lot of that. Same is true with childcare. Did we talk to the Bear Kitten program over at the high school? Amazing program that helps develop a feeder class to Cuesta to provide childcare development. That's already in place, has been in place for some 20 years. Adding it as a new program doesn't resonate very well with me if it's already there. It just maybe went unnoticed, for example. I didn't see anything in the program about enterprise zones. Did we factor in enterprise zones that are still very viable? Hopefully those become part of this economic program. I didn't see anything in here about how we compete with other cities. Other cities are offering tax incentives, breaks on property tax, for example, breaks on development fees. Nothing in here about that. That's what we're actually competing against. We have a very high cost of living here. When somebody comes here, they come here, a business principal comes here and loves to taste wine here, becomes a member of the wine club. Gee, I'd really love to move my business here. Looks around and sees what it costs to move his employees here. Maybe he can afford to buy land and put up a building and move his factory or his office or his software here, but he can't afford to pay his employees enough to buy homes here. There aren't enough multi-housing here. Paso Housing Authority, an amazing, amazing resource. They can't afford to buy land in order to get the grants that they need to actually start constructions. Are we doing enough to help Paso Housing Authority acquire the actual dirt that they need to buy and build homes? Are we doing enough to create meaningful tax incentives and trade off a few years worth of sales tax, property tax to help a business get established here? Those are just some thoughts that I would like to see incorporated into this. Great report, but I think we're missing a few key elements that already exist here.
Yeah, these are, go ahead, Paul, you want to answer?
Thanks. And we're all going to want to jump in on that. Those are excellent observations and questions, so thank you very much. And just echoing on what Molly said earlier, this project was connecting 1,000 dots. And most of what we're doing is connecting things that, as you said very rightly, are there already. We heard from Clean Bojorquez about the welding programs that we have. The kids sell their barbecues at the fair, and then they go, what do I do next? We heard that directly from the high school. They see that their challenge was having kids see a pathway into something like space technology, where we know that welding and machinists and skilled technicians are three of the most sought after today trades that pay very well in space. So how do we take those things that exist? We know anecdotally that there's a shortage of childcare, but we have these programs that train them. We have First Five, we have CapSlow, we have these great training programs. So the idea was, how do we connect those, build these networks? And actually, this is mostly optimizing those things, which is why there was so much effort on the collaboration. So we're not duplicating the efforts from these other stakeholder groups, but actually working to have it all come together and sort of fill in the gaps, as was noted. And then I'd like the smart people to talk. We were just talking about working with the housing authority and those areas. So if Mr. Frace or Mr. would like to talk on that, we just talked about that today.
Yeah, we continue to collaborate with the Housing Authority. They have a new director, Lonnie, just started. We actually are doing a driving tour with her tomorrow as an example of, our collaboration with the Housing Authority to identify sites to keep that pipeline of affordable housing projects moving forward.
And then I will add too, and you're right, Councilmember Bausch, it's not explicitly stated in the program. However, it was the intent under the Business Retention and Expansion and Attraction Program to evaluate additional tools that cities use potentially to attract businesses. That is under 2.2 when we formed that BRE program working group. So you're absolutely spot on that those are the things that we were thinking about: opportunity zones, enhanced infrastructure financing districts. opportunities for incentives, those are things that will likely be coming back as part of the evolution of this plan as it's stated today.
So going back to Paul's point, the A through G requirement to get from high school through a college equivalent or entry-level college into Cuesta College or community college, those are already in place at the high school. So the high school welding lab is actually probably better than Cuesta's welding lab. The problem is, how do you take that skill? It's difficult to start or expand a business. That's a level of regulation, I think, that comes out of Sacramento. What is the city of Paso Robles doing to ease that level of regulation and make it easy to get your business expanded or started, so that with the employer that wants to come here to Paso Robles finds those services readily available?
One more comment too. I think Molly mentioned it, but it's really the cornerstone of that. One of the business retention expansion program is that business climate survey, and constantly taking the pulse of our local business community to understand and dive deeper into some of those issues. And that's really the cornerstone of that program, is that survey done on an annual basis. We're going to try to outreach to every business in the community to get that survey done. It's a best practices survey to help, again, kind of mature and evolve this plan over time. So as much as some of the granular elements are not in the plan on paper, we think that the items that you brought up in particular are things that we've been discussing. So I greatly appreciate bringing this to the forefront. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councilman Strong?
Not questions, no.
Well, we were kind of
comment on that.
Yeah, we were in comment, not really comment, but more questions at this point.
Well, he brought up the housing authority, and part of my report tonight was going to be that. But on that, they are moving ahead on a lot of things. They have almost $4 million in the bank in profit from Oak Parks 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's in unrestricted cash. And they're 67% done with Sunrise Villas. They are 62% done with Riverwalk, and they're now looking at 3 additional properties for potential development. They have divested themselves of all interest in the Chet Dotter apartments. So that is no longer a burden for them, and that relieves them of some obligations and frees up some of their situation with their new executive director.
Thank you, Fred. Question, Sharon? My question is, this is a 5-year plan, basically, with about a $1.5 million price tag to it. Are we then, as we get into the funding part of this, there's a lot of grants opportunities, of course, too, but did we carve out any space in our 2-year budget plan that we were kind of planning to support this project? In other words, it's a roadmap with a matrix of all kinds of connection points, but we need to be able to fund it too. So how is that going to work?
Mayor, that's a great question. So as Molly mentioned, in the first year of the plan, staff is proposing to use the remaining balance of those SB 1090 funds to kind of kickstart the program. Paul and I have had some preliminary discussions. We're really building the foundation to a house with this plan. So the first year is going to be a lot of that kind of core work on developing the business climate survey, to develop the marketing and communication tools. And we think we're going to be spending quite a bit of time doing that. So as we come back to year 2, 3, 4, and 5, we're definitely going to be evaluating what the need is in each of those years. And as Molly mentioned, none of this is set in stone. It will be part of the budget process. And we're going to make, recommendations and terminations at that point in time. My hope is that, by year 3, we're having some real successes and can quantify some of the successes where we're increasing the tax base and increasing, TOT numbers through some of the work that we're doing in sales tax numbers, and then be able to take a portion of that and reinvest it back into the work that Paul's doing. But right now, just to provide context, the economic development budget the majority of those operating dollars outside of staff costs are really where the budget is for the contribution agreements to our community organizations. Paul's remaining budget is probably less than $50,000 right now.
Yeah.
But we think that the SB 1090 funds, this is a really a perfect use for those to kickstart the program and then come back and check in with you in future years in the council.
What I'd like to see too, if we present this or move forward with it, is maybe a quarterly report, as a presentation, just to see how we are making progress on this roadmap, so to speak, and things that we might have input. Almost too, I'm thinking maybe like a liaison ad hoc or some sort of a position where one of the council people work directly with you in a team format, or maybe not. I don't know. Just in other words, just trying to keep things moving forward, so to speak, with the whole program. I think is important. So,
I just have a quick question. I'm losing some of the acronyms in your presentation. So what funding are you talking about for kickstarting?
It would be the Senate Bill 1090 funding. So when Diablo Canyon Power Plant was initially scheduled to close, the city, the county, school district, I believe, other entities essentially lobbied the state and through PG&E to provide funding to kind of help cushion the economic fallout of losing those jobs and that operation. And so those monies still remain available to us. I know the city has expended some of those dollars, I believe, on COVID-related items, back in 2020, but there remains a balance. And so again, we think that this is a perfect use for those funds.
Just for my comprehension, is there a way to see what kind of money we're talking about, what they're going to be releasing to us each year to help with this?
So we have that money, and I'll defer to Mr. Cornell, but I believe we have that money in its totality today. It's essentially sitting in the account.
Okay.
And again, up until this point, we've been looking for the best way to maximize those dollars. And we knew this opportunity was coming along. So those are there and ready to be used.
Weren't they restricted though? I mean, they had to be used for certain kind of development.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I know,
And that's my other point was that in subsequent years, this is basically a general fund if we don't have granting.
Potentially. But however, as Ms. McKay pointed out, we're aligning, and I'm not going to count chickens before they hatch, but we've been very aggressive in trying to obtain grants and along those lines to continue to fund some of these programs. So we're going to continue to be aggressive there. But yes, at the end of the day, we would have to come back to the council if there was no other funding source and we wanted or needed recommended additional resources for the program. It would be likely out of the general fund, but again, subject to council review and approval at that time. This does not approve of a 5-year budget or anything.
Just having this program allows us to have opportunity for grants. It's a good point.
Question?
Now that we have. Sharon.
I may have missed it. I apologize if I did. How much do we have earmarked for this?
We're calling for about $190,000 in year one, although I believe Mr. Cornell updated some estimates, and we have about $260,000 remaining in the 1090 funds.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, so we're kind of within that threshold.
So we have the first year covered and then a little bit more for the...
Theoretically, if the council wanted to use the remainder of that for the second year, we could apply it, yes.
Councilman Strong.
And going forward, the economic development that we're doing should be producing enough additional income to the city to help pay those costs. Is that not your plan?
That would be our goal is as we can quantify those successes that we look to reinvest back into the program.
Thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
As part of our first year plan, I'd be really, really interested in seeing what metrics you're using to measure those new funds and how they're different from existing.
We've had some discussion about that preliminarily because we know the first year is going to look different than hopefully the second to the fifth year.
I mean, I think it's important to differentiate between existing and what the new stuff is, but that'd be good.
Understood.
Okay, let me put it out to the general public. Any questions on this from the public? Please come forward. Mike.
Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. I want to just reiterate what Mr. Bosch had indicated. reinventing the wheel and recreating things when it's already been done is something that really needs to be part of your development plan. I served on the Private Industry Council for many years. Workforce investment boards are a great resource because they have access to grants and so forth. So working closely with that entity. We already have relationship with the school district, which does an excellent job in some of their programs. Just general question. How many wins do we have in the last few years as far as established businesses? Have we tracked what they are, notwithstanding anything related to the wine industry or the hospitality business? Do we have any data that tells us if we have businesses coming here, and if so, who are they? How many people do they employ? And what are their employment levels, and what do they pay? Those are some of the key things I think we need to look at as we move forward. Head of household jobs, difficult. However, we do have one great thing on our side, is we have a lovely place to live and a lot of demand to come here. Problem is housing. Housing is a big, big problem. If we could overcome that issue, I think we have this whipped. However, development here is going to be difficult. I think we need to cooperate with other communities, including Shandon and San Miguel, as opportunities to increase housing for the workforce. Maybe that's an option. We work with the county to look at those options, because not everybody's going to be able to live here. Because you got $1 million houses here. I'm sorry, but even chief financials, officers, and chief executives find it hard to live here. So I think we need to start looking at communities outside here within a 20-minute drive to be able to get into Paso Robles or outlying areas, including the airport area. So I appreciate what's happening. I think some of those questions related to existing businesses that have come in the recent past, how many employees, et cetera, outside of the wine industry and the hospitality business, just some ideas. Thank you.
Jeff, welcome.
Hi, Jeff Carr, Paso Robles. It's quite a plan. It's a large plan. I'd say it's a 10-year plan at least. And a 5-year plan seems optimistic to me on that. When I first looked at the participant list, my first reaction was the usual suspects. I mean that in an affectionate way. It's just the same people I see on every plan here. And it was all focused on tourism and wine. So if I was looking for a diversified, business plan, I was already kind of skeptical about it. Because we do have other companies that are involved in the city, and I would expect to see them more involved in these kinds of discussion. There was some reference to talking to some of the retail shopping centers and such, and getting involved in that. But we do have some tech here already, even outside. We have downtown, and you talk about doing the tech center, but we have there's the salt systems up in the north there. There's Eaton over on Commerce Street. We have pockets of people trying to do tech and other types of alternatives in the city. Beta Motorcycles, put a brand new building in. They're growing. That one was especially interesting because they cleared out some small industrial areas that are in very big need for people right now. The small, and when I see some of the plans for the tech center, I see 10,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet industrial areas that for a small startup or a smaller business, they don't mean much. People need smaller areas to work in. And the only ones we're finding that I find in that are on Paso Robles Street. A lot of those are very old and you just can't go in. You got to refurbish them. You got to rebuild them. And even we're on Commerce Street or in that area too. And a lot of those just go on word of mouth. You don't even see them advertised because there's just not enough in the town. So when I see plans for 10,000, 20,000 square feet, there's a gap there that's wrong. Also, I was looking, most of the stuff that I've done is in tech. I've worked with big corporations, I've worked in startups. Most startups start in the home. So, I've had some issues with some of the home occupation stuff in the zoning plan. They mentioned the zoning plan in the report, and I would encourage all businesses to look at the zoning plans because they're doing updates right now to see how that really does fit into any plans that you might have for expansion or growth. And again, I think so usually when they start in the home and then they want to expand, then they are looking for those smaller units. We had the sandbox, which was supposed to supply certain amount of office support or business space. That doesn't really even get a mention in the plan. I guess that's dead because nobody talks about that anymore. Just a couple more points. Other aspects that I've known before when talking about moving tech up into this area were shipping. Shipping was always a problem. Maybe that's been solved by the wine industry that seems to ship all over the world. But anybody that was doing hardware and technology, shipping was just too much, too cumbersome, too long, too costly. So I would be wanting to look at that if I was doing something. And then the other question I had was the opportunity zone. Most of the area is an opportunity zone, but has that been helping? What are the results of so much of the city being in an opportunity zone? Because I have been looking at that lately, but the benefits that I was looking at are expiring in a couple of years, so I'm not sure if they're going to be extended or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else?
We do have a caller online.
Okay.
Gina Fitzpatrick.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Good evening, Mayor Hammond. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Hammond and Council. This is Gina Fitzpatrick, Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to just commend you all for investing in this plan. I think that is absolutely critical. Knowing that we were the economic development arm for the city's arm for economic development for several years, we all know what a critical role economic development plays in our future for our city and the surrounding areas. So I want to commend you all for acknowledging that this needs to be a priority and moving forward with it. Huge shout out to our economic development manager, Paul Sloan, and everybody that played a part in this. We had fun in being able to contribute to this process. We enjoyed every moment of it, and essentially just want to say that we're ready to get to work, both from a financial side and a collaborative side, and everything that you can imagine. We are completely ready to partner with you and move forward, and we're very excited that this is put in front of the council this evening. And diversifying our economy is absolutely critical. I've heard several of the other speakers tonight that have made mention to that. We've always known that diversifying our economy is critically important and has always been a priority and will continue to be a priority. So I just want to say thank you again, and we're ready to continue our partnership and work as part of our funding through visitor services. Economic development initiatives are at the top of the list, and let's do this. Thank you.
All right, Gina. Yeah, we're looking forward to the Chamber being a strategic partner for sure on this one. Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for direction and or action.
Well, can I go ahead?
Pro Tem Gregory?
Yeah. So I have several comments. And first of all, I love the economic plan. But there's a lot of things in reality that'll set in on us as we go through this process. So as a council person, I like the ideas, but I don't like the funding so much because this is pretty big numbers. And I wanted to just kind of tell you a few programs that I've been involved in economic development. And one was with Cal Poly. And what we did is for business retention and expansion programs, they had a company or a nonprofit fund their staff to certain different levels of staffing for our needs in our company down in Avila Beach. And to me, as a person, this plan is big. It's really big to see and get my hands around. But I want to be able to feel comfortable with tangible successes from the plan, which we all do and all want. And like, for example, for business retention, $100,000 a year. What are we going to do with that $100,000 to make business retention? And some of those things are for expansion of the marketing, helping those people who need it. But the one thing that's really, really important to me about all of this is that when a company comes into our city and wants to come in here, where I'd like to see the money spent is to jump on it, get them started, get them going, because they're economic producers. They're going to make money on what they're doing. We're going to provide a platform for them to move in and get going. And that to me is critical. And we've been involved in this in the past. And I don't mind spending money to help people get going, but we can't build buildings, or we can help on the housing, but we have to innovate, encourage people to bring their money here and develop, and then help them develop as much as we can. And I think that through training and education, all the school activities are really good, because that's what we need. Is companies need people, and they're going to need places to live. And if you can encourage your growth of employment from within the city, you don't have to fight that price of housing program so much. So, and then the way the plan is written, what I'd like to see is, I don't mind approving this plan, but I'm not going to approve the financial part of this plan. I think what we should do is year by year, or see how things go, some kind of tangibility to see how things work. Because we need to be innovative, we need to be creative, and we need to be flexible and help people where they need helping. And retention to me is one of the critical parts of this, and I'm happy to see the funding in that. But how do you retain people? How do you retain companies? What are you going to do to help them continue to be an economic success? It's a very difficult situation. So it's going to take a lot of creativity. I like the idea and the plan. I think that we need to take it step by step. I'm happy using that funding from Diablo Canyon. I think that's what it was for. But I think after the first year or two, we really get into programs that are substantially working well and providing what we want from them, and that is more income, more people, more jobs, easier to get people in their businesses here in town. So that's my 2 cents worth. I like the plan. That's all I got to say.
To be clear, Chris, basically what I see here, first year is funded through the program from Diablo. But beyond that, you'll be coming back on an annual basis with...
That's the concept tonight, yes.
Exactly. Right.
Councilman Strong. Yes, yeah, and a lot of these things, because I've been involved in economic development, I hate to say how long, over 3/4 of a century, if we really go back to the very beginning, but heavily when the creation of Silicon Valley. Many of those companies, by the way, started in storage units. That's not where they didn't start in houses, they started in storage units. And then they became huge companies. And then the way it happens is, and even with our wine industry, even though a lot of this is wine related, there are other aspects to it, such as the transportation, such as the barrels, such as storage, not facilities, but tanks, and those who build and produce the tanks. We've had so many companies actually come here after discovering our wine. IQMS is one of them, very successful, serves the Fortune 500. Santa Cruz Biotech is another one, the leading member in that field in the animal husbandry industry. Scientific drilling came here that way. So the wine industry has attracted a lot of very successful businesses. We've had the major producer of large pipelines here in Paso Robles on Airport Road. Hardly anybody knew they existed because they were so quiet about how they did it. They did most of their administrative work here, but the actual piping was elsewhere. So there's a lot of companies here that we're not even that aware of that are paying very high wages already. And as far as the housing aspect that we were talking about, I fully agree. We have to have housing in the whole area. And that's why I've spent 18 years on the Housing Committee and Housing Economic and Community Development Policy Committee for California League of Cities. Also on the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee for the California cities for 18 years. So these are the committees that handle a lot of these very same things and give us lobbyists at the state level. At the national level, I'm involved in basically the same things, and through my League of Cities work, at the national level, they have me representing all the cities of the United States on the board of directors for all of the regional governments of the United States. And this is what gives us that input and the ability to do a lot of these very things that we're talking about in these economic development plans. And so that's why this is a great plan. And that's why it's really carrying forward the plan we initiated way back there in 2006. And it's moving forward very nicely. Thank you.
Anyone else? Chris Bouch.
Thank you. So I think this new plan is great as far as it goes. Unfortunately, it concentrates on the industries that we already know that we're good at. Wine and tourism, they're going to grow in spite of ourselves. If we want economic growth for North County, specifically Paso Robles, we're going to have to come up with new industries. One of the ones that was talked about tonight, tech. Okay, that fits our business. It fits our lifestyle. One of the ones that we have to have if we're going to grow housing, if we're going to grow buildings, if we're going to grow other infrastructure is construction. We basically chase construction out of this town. Manufacturing. We have a lot of nascent manufacturers. Some of them are the few hundred employees. We don't cater to them. We sort of ignore them. We don't help them grow. They are slowly but surely moving out of Paso Robles and relocating to Nevada, to Mexico, down to San Diego, where it's easier to do business. Why don't we make sure that they stay here? Transportation. We are a natural hub, and we don't do anything to help transportation companies relocate their yards here. Nasty, ugly business. Is it? It's absolutely vital if we're going to grow. Why aren't we catering to that business? Retail. We need retail. We have some great models over with Woodland Plazas. How come we're not doing more of that? We could do more. The plan is great, but it's short on metrics. It's short on new businesses. We have funding that goes out for a year, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, if we're really careful with the money. I'll support it kind of with my colleagues here for about a year. And after that, I really don't see how the city council can commit general funds to this. I can commit SB 1090 funds to it, sure, be happy to do that. But after that, I don't see how we can commit general funds to it. I don't know how you're going to measure the 3-year plan. I see this as being a 5 to 10 year plan before it kicks in. Any new businesses that come in needs that much time to get their legs and get growing. I don't see it happening in 3 years. As optimistic as I would like to be, I think realistically it's a 5-year plan at best before we start to see realistic revenue that can then grow and help fund other businesses and other attraction, if that makes sense. My 2 cents.
Councilman Strong.
Okay, thank you again. And I'm sorry to do it a second time, but I keep forgetting we have 2 relatively new council people on the council. And they may not be aware of some of the things that have come down the pike already. The spaceport that we are in application for and is moving ahead with every indication at the federal level that it's going to be approved after we have completed our plan, our land use plan that is required by federal law. But every indication from that point is, at that point, we can go ahead. We already have interest from companies, major companies in multiple European and Western Asian countries that want to move here, have offices here at least, if not move their main office to this area because of the spaceport and because of how much it pretends because of Cal Poly and what they're doing there and with their satellites. There's a lot more potential involved with that spaceport and for high tech than I think anyone in our community really realizes until all of a sudden it happens. And that's why that bridge over the highway on Union Road is so darn important. And we're just starting to get that across to the federal government as well. They're starting to realize the importance of this. But they're probably going to fund that incrementally, is the information that I'm getting.
Thanks for making my point, Councilman Strong.
Okay.
5 years.
Okay.
5 years.
So it's moving ahead pretty rapidly.
Okay. Pro Tem Gregory.
I would like to point out a shining example of great economic development recently provided by our staff and a willing businessman called Barrel House Brewing. And what our community development department did, and Paul and everybody worked with this guy. He had a dream and it's coming true and it's going to be incredible. And that's kind of like, and that's where we're supposed to be, try to help these people realize their dreams and do that. And to me, that's a natural, and it's a big winner for us because whatever their business is, it's going to be employment, tax dollars. But that's a perfect example of somebody being able to find a rehab or redo a building like that, and man, just take it through the roof. And that's where I'd like to see a lot of money spent when we have opportunities like that. So we did it naturally. We didn't have too much push from us. So that's all I was going to say. Thanks.
Now, again, I'd like to close in too a little bit on the fact that, with the plan, it's as good as, everything except for the first day you try to implement it, things change, of course. But having a economic development strategy and a plan that's on paper that we can at least have staff work with and make the connections between different points, I think it's really fantastic that we've got this done. And again, it also gives us opportunity with the fact that we may be able to plan for additional grant funding, or we would not have been able to it without it. So again, as far as the funding part of it, we're always going to talk about any kind of program, not only this development plan, but anything else, we have to fund it, through council direction. So to me, I think we should approve this plan. It's a 5-year thought process that gives us a kind of a roadmap to where we want to go, and also makes connections with everybody else and all of our partners here that we have already working with us. So good to go with that. Anybody like?
Do you want to approve for 5 years or 1 year?
No, I'd say 5-year plan. Again, the plan is always a plan. It can always change. It's not something that has to be done the way it's set up. So
I'd like to really give some consideration to doing it for the 1 year that we can fund, maybe 2 years, but no more than that before bringing it back. I could support that. I couldn't support 5 years.
Okay. And I'll disagree. And the reason is it's a plan, just like a budget. And that is it has to come back for the funding every year anyway. Yeah. But if you make it a 1-year plan, then you have to refund redoing the plan for another year or another 4 years. And
or just resubmit the plan, Fred.
That's why it's just a plan that can be amended every year we want to.
Absolutely. That's what I was trying to say. When you have a plan, things change. Things economically, you might have a recession coming, it's going to change.
But you don't automatically create it, so you have to recreate the plan every year. That's a waste of money.
No. But
I don't see that you have to recreate the plan, just to fund the plan every year. I think that's prudent.
Okay. All right, do we have a direction then from the council?
Move to approve a 2-year economic development strategic plan.
Do we have a second? Okay.
I'll move to approve the plan as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Strong, second by Roden. Discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Gregory?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right. Now you want to take a break? Okay. 5 minutes. We'll bring a meeting back to order. We have one more last, we have item 4 on discussion, approval of the El Camino Homeless Organization Supplemental Memorandum, Understanding, fiscal year 23-24, third quarter report, and second amendment to the supplemental MOU for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. And Angelica, you have that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Angelica Fortin, Community Services Director. Today, we're here to talk to you. We have ECHO with us to provide their fiscal year 2023-24 third quarter report. That's for the months of March, April, and May of 2024. And we're also bringing before you the second amendment to the supplemental MOU for fiscal years 2024 and 25 and 2025-2026. A little bit of background. So for fiscal years 22, 23, and 23, 24, City Council approved a supplemental MOU with ECHO, and that was in August of 2022. That provided ECHO with $444,000 of funding over 2 years. That required quarterly reporting, stakeholder meetings, and the payments were also made on a quarterly basis. The first amendment to that MOU was made in January of this year, and that MOU, or that second amendment, defined shelter bed requirements for that MOU. It established an emergency resource room that police and emergency services are able to assign folks to when they are in a crisis situation. And we also transitioned to a biannual stakeholder meeting schedule with monthly newsletter updates. Today, we're here with that third quarter report. The second amendment will extend ECHO's funding over the fiscal years 24-25, 25-26 for an additional $444,000 over the 2 years, so that's $222,000 annually, and also requesting that we move to biannual reporting and payments versus the quarterly that we've experienced over the last 2 years. I'm also asking, considering the new reporting schedule, that we approve dispersing the fourth quarter of the original 2-year term when ECHO submits their report to staff versus coming to council for that final quarterly report. Today, you'll see in Austin's slides, he includes the data that he has for the month of June. The fourth quarter is actually June, July, and ends mid-August. So we're pretty much halfway through, or more than halfway through the fourth quarter anyways. So we're asking that you go ahead and approve that once that data is submitted to staff, we disperse that final payment, and then we move forward with the biannual reporting. So the recommendation tonight is that you receive and file ECHO's fiscal year 23-24 third quarter report and direct staff to disperse payment in the amount of $55,500. Direct staff to disperse funds in the amount of $55,500 upon ECHO submission of their final report to staff at the end of the fiscal year 23-24 fourth quarter period, and approve the second amendment to the ECHO Supplemental Memorandum of Understanding extending funding for fiscal year 24-25, 25-26 for a total of $444,000. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can invite Austin Solheim, ECHO's Director of Operations and Development, up to provide his third quarter report, which will include the data that they've already collected for the month of June.
Okay. You want to just hear Austin? Yeah, Austin, if you'd like to come on up, that'd be good.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Austin Solheim, the Director of Operations and Development for El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. I always like to jump in with this presentation and just define kind of the funding that we get from the city of Paso Robles. What that allocates to the Paso Robles campus specifically is 25% of the staffing costs of the Paso campus specifically. So all of the money that we do receive from the city of Paso Robles directly impacts our Paso Robles campus. A lot of you know that we do have 2 campuses at ECHO, both at Atascadero and at Paso Robles. And so I always like to be very clear that the money we receive from the city of Paso Robles stays here in the city of Paso Robles. Talking about the Home Key project, for those of you that are familiar, the Paso Robles Home Key project is made up of ECHO, which makes up 41 units on the total campus of the old Motel 6 project on Black Oak Drive. And the other partner there on site is the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo, who makes up permanent supportive housing as well. We have 33 rooms that are designated to ECHO's 90-day emergency shelter program. We have a few rooms that are dedicated to a night-by-night emergency shelter program, as well as one room that is utilized as an emergency resource room by Paso Robles Police Department and Emergency Services. We have residential advocates on site, and then we have a few rooms from that motel that have been transitioned to program training, community food pantry, and on-site storage for the facility as well. With the addition of the emergency room in January of 2024, we were able to provide a needed service for the City of Paso Robles Emergency Services to activate this room as on a needs basis to give priority to either an individual, a couple, or a family in an emergency situation. In 2024, when this report came out, it had been utilized 9 times. I believe that that's actually up to 10 times as of this year so far. So we have seen an increased use in that room. It's been a wonderful partnership to work with both, the Paso Robles Police Department and Emergency Services to facilitate that need for community members in need as well. So if you look at our quarterly shelter program, what you'll see on the slides is you'll see March, April, and May reflected, and then quarterly totals reflected after, with June in the next column, just to give an idea of kind of what we have seen as of lately. There is one particular slide, if you look at unduplicated individuals served, there's one thing that I want to point out, which is a better data quality point that we've been able to utilize since the new implementation of the HMIS system throughout our county. Before, we were able to take kind of the individuals that were served enrolled in that program. So anyone that was interested in utilizing a night-by-night bed, one of those 5 night-by-night beds that we have on site, we would take that and we would see how many people were enrolled in that program. If they ended up going to the 90-day program, they were exited. If they ended up not using our services in a specific time period, then they were also exited. But it wasn't giving us a true data point on how many unduplicated people were actually sheltered at our program throughout the month. So as you can see, there's a star attached with those. And if you look at the month of June, you're actually starting to see a better data quality point. And the reason for that is because now what we're doing is actually using an attendance tool that is part of this new system to track the individuals that are actually staying with us in that night-by-night program and seeing how many of them are truly served. So this in June, what we saw is 24 unique individuals served through ECHO's night-by-night program, which does show a repeat of several people utilizing that service with a goal of hopefully transitioning them to another program or into ECHO's 90-day program as well for longer-term stay. One of the things that we always like to share is our quarterly documented success, the number of people getting housed through our programs. As you can see in our quarter, we actually had 24, and in the month of June, we actually had more than 50% of that, which is 12 individuals getting jobs or getting back into housing. We also track how many people find employment, and I'll be very happy to come back and share when we hit July, because we will have several people that are currently working at the Midstate Fair as well, utilizing the opportunity of being so close and getting that part-time employment for the next 12 days and for the breakdown period afterwards. When we were able to do this from January to June, we helped 125 individuals and families find stable housing. I'm very proud to say that today we're actually at 141 individuals and families that have found stable housing through our services in ECHO, Paso Robles, and in Atascadero. And one of the things that I always like to point out too is that we do track how many of those individuals remain housed, and 90% of the individuals that we help get back into housing remain housed in our community as well. Some additional program referral data. We offer multiple services on our site besides just shelter services, including a nightly dinner program that serves anyone in the community, anyone who is hungry, anyone who's looking for that meal. We serve every single night from 5 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, we also run a community shower program for anyone in the community to access and utilize that service. So the showers provided number reflects that from the community shower program. We work with the SLO County Food Bank to provide food bags and no-cook bags for individuals that are seeking that service and seeking food. And we do make referrals to mental health, drug and alcohol, other services, and we have included an added laundry service on site for community members as well. Some additional programs and services. I did want to quickly highlight both the Paso Robles Police Department and the Paso Robles Fire Department. They have been incredible partners throughout our tenure here in ECHO, and recently have just absolutely gone above and beyond to be incredible partners and show up in multiple ways. And I did want to give a shout out as well to the Paso Robles Library for their connection as well, bringing multiple programs onto our site and also just establishing relationships with our clients. One of the things that we're very proud of at ECHO is our Good Neighbor program. We work with the residents of our 90-day program and actually adopt the street and corridor of Black Oak Drive. So far this year, in 2024, we have actually collected roughly 17,000 pounds of trash from Black Oak Drive. We collect them in these yellow bags that you see on your screen. And now during the Midstate Fair, while that's going up, we've actually upped our time. We go out 3 days a week, every single week. With the Midstate Fair going on, we're actually going out 5 days a week currently, working with people, talking with them, offering services, doing outreach as well to anyone that's on the street, and being mindful about everything that we pick up and trying to collect as much as we can to create a better neighborhood for all. We did also hold our neighborhood stakeholder meeting, and we had our collaboration on our biannual schedule. The last meeting was held on 6/13/2024 with one of our community members in attendance. We also have a on-call phone 24-hour line for our neighbors, and during the past quarter we received 0 calls on that line. We offer multiple programs. Some new programs that I just want to highlight as well is that we've been able to bring NA meetings on site, substance abuse education meetings on site. We're also continually working with different programs to bring more services and reduce barriers on site, with referrals being made throughout the county. One of the programs that we offer as well, we really try to focus on a mix of education, workforce development, resources, and just well-being. One of the programs that we're incredibly proud of is with SLO County Education. They actually run a Raising a Reader program. And with so many kids and families that we currently have on site, we've been able to bring that program on to do activities with a lot of our kids to create an opportunity to spend. And they even bring books in multiple languages to meet and reduce barriers and create connections with multiple kids throughout our programs. I always like to share a couple of success stories as well. And if you remember from probably, I almost want to say a year ago, this is a follow-up to another story. When this individual first had a story that we shared and for anyone who's interested, we share these Sunday success stories on our social media, and they're also on our website. But this is an individual that we shared because it was a workforce development success story. This individual had worked incredibly hard with his case manager to establish and create opportunities of empowerment to apply for jobs. Through his stay at ECHO, he ended up working and getting into the Housing Authority program right next door. And so not only were we able to celebrate this individual getting his job here in our community, but also now moving into housing as well. So Corey has worked incredibly hard, and it's an amazing story. And this is only just a small snippet. If you go onto our website, you can actually see Corey's full story and really how he talks about these interactions with his case manager and how the effect that made on his life. The second story that I wanted to share is Stephen, Cassidy, and Hannah. And the reason that Hannah is on there but you don't see pictured is because Hannah is a wonderful dog who entered a nice little paw print onto our wall. And Hannah is a little picture shy, so didn't stand for the picture on this one. But Stephen, Cassidy, really, again, working through our 90-day program, establishing resources here in our community, working with the support, getting back into the workforce, and finding opportunities to move back into stable housing. And so all of these stories are added to ECHO's website and also on our social media on Facebook and on Instagram. So I encourage anyone that's interested in learning more to reach out to us, to connect with us. My information is available at echoshelter.org. We would love to have any community members who are interested over for a tour at any time. And you can see that wall that's up there behind. That's our conference room, our training room, where we have all of our community spaces. And each time someone moves out of our program, they add a handprint to that wall. And right now our colors are blue and orange, but I've been told by many Paso Roblans that a maroon definitely has to come at some point. So eventually we'll add one there too.
You're going to have another bunch of more walls, though.
We might.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
I should have mentioned that when council passed the recent operating budget for the city, it did include the funding for the extension of the MOU.
Good. Does that conclude the presentation? Okay, questions of staff? Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, Austin, great presentation. I had a question that you house people so fast now. Do you have a way, like when people come in, that you could see they're ready for housing and they bypass the 90-day program? Is that what's going on, or?
So we don't bypass the 90-day program,
okay.
or if someone is in that situation.
Yeah.
Well, our program starts when someone asks for help, not when someone enters the shelter.
Okay.
And so it's really meeting their needs where they're at. And we have been very creative and utilized every service that has come our way. We connect with even rental assistance programs and deposit assistance programs in multiple ways to really try to get someone back into housing as quick as possible. So understanding and meeting that person where they're at. But our mission at ECHO is all about empowerment and empowering that person to solve that problem, because we want them to sustain that as well. So it's connecting them with resources that go beyond ECHO, and it's tapping into the amazing resources and volunteers and community members that we have here to help establish long-term goals to get someone successfully housed.
And then my other question I had is, how often is TEMA there at your site? Are they there once a week, twice a week, or?
Right now, they're there every other week. They split time between our two campuses, but we do have a relationship with them. And if we do have an increased need for mental health services, they will come on more regularly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Bouch.
Thank you. Austin, so thank you for the presentation. Home Key is a shared resource with Haslow. And if I got it right, there's 122 rooms available or beds?
That number is about right. And it's technically a three-way partnership with People's Self-Help Housing, the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo, and El Camino Homeless Organization. People's Self-Help Housing does not have any rooms on that site. We also operate out of the Home Key site as a whole. There is a few rooms that Haslow has partnered with Transitions Mental Health Association, TEMA, to operate a few higher level care that they staff and they support as well.
How do you allocate, if the building is shared, how do you allocate employees? Are those common? Are those all separate? How do you guys do that?
Completely separate. We're actually, the way that the buildings are structured, there was A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
And so basically how it operates is ECHO operates out of building A, and then the front side of building B, and then the Housing Authority actually operates the back side of B, all of building C, and all of building D.
So that's what we saw, I think, at the open house when we were there.
Yes, those front buildings right when you pull up, though, that's
right.
where ECHO and our staff.
That's your side. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was asked to ask you this. When Mayor Martin was alive, he had talked about having an audit completed. I don't know anything about that. Do you know anything about an audit that was ever done?
So as a nonprofit, we're required, we report all our financials. And so we do have everything available on our website from the past year, and we are required to audit ourselves.
Okay.
We pay for someone to come in and do an audit financially on our.
So there was an outside audit done?
Yes.
And that's available on the website?
Yes.
Okay.
We make everything available. I wouldn't be able to answer any questions on that. Fine. I would have to get my COO.
That's fine. That's good. There are apparently security cameras on Black Oak. There was a deceased man that was found across the street from ECHO, but apparently there wasn't any footage because those cameras are dummy cameras. Do you know anything about that?
Echo does not operate any cameras that are on Black Oak Drive.
Okay.
We only operate, we do have cameras that are on our site. We have multiple cameras that are on our site that view the site itself, but the
And
way
those are functioning cameras.
Those are all functioning, yes.
But the cameras that are actually on Black Oak are not functioning cameras.
My understanding is those weren't put up by anyone at any of our organizations, but those were potentially put up by the city, was my understanding.
Do you know anything about that?
Please.
Chief Marty, you there?
Chief Nord, you had a question about cameras on Black Oak?
Yes, there were some cameras put up on Black Oak along with security to help with obviously the growing problem with some of the homelessness down there. So there are some cameras up there.
Are they functioning? I was told that they might just be dummy cameras.
I apologize. Those cameras, I thought the cameras were put up as part of that program, but they were not. So I do not know about those cameras.
So nobody was claiming ownership of those cameras?
The PD did not put them up. Again, I was under the impression they were put up as part of something else, but they were not.
PD did not, okay. All right, last question. I'm not sure who this is addressed, or there was a beautification grant given for that part. Has that been spent? Has that been finished, completed? And if so, when?
Not aware of any beautification grant for Black Oak.
There's no beautification grant, but I know, did you want to talk a little bit about your Adopt a Street? I think you talked about the trash being picked up. So I believe a member of the public had brought to our attention that there was a beautification grant, but it was not for our community. It was another community that had received a grant.
Didn't we do some ADA driveway work down there on Black Oak, I believe?
We applied not too long ago for several grants to try and receive beautification in that area, but we didn't receive those. There has been limited frontage improvement through our community development block grant that was down and around the fairgrounds, but I don't think any of that extended down to the El Camino homeless shelter area. Mr. Hood, am I missing anything on that?
No, you're absolutely correct. About maybe a year ago or so, the city did apply for what was called the Clean California Grant.
Clean California?
Yeah, it was through Caltrans. It was a state grant program. I think it was around $1 million, maybe a little more than $1 million. And again, unfortunately, we were not.
We didn't get it.
We are not awarded that grant, but we continue to look for grants. I know Mr. Lewis in particular has made it a priority for us as grant programs come down, if there are opportunities to repackage that program and those improvements that were proposed, that we do so when they fit grant programs that are coming out through the state. So we're keeping an eye on that and trying to fit beautification improvements for Black Oak in particular in any future grant opportunities.
Okay. Mr. Bausch, I'd like to take an opportunity to maybe have Chief Nord also do a little more research. I believe that we did have cameras that were installed in that area as a deterrent several years ago. The council approved an experimental program throughout the city to use cameras. The pilot program, the cameras that we have weren't working so well. So at various times, there have been cameras that were non-functional that were put up to use as a deterrent. They have blinking lights to be able to do that. So I'm not sure how many of those exist to this day or whether they're installed there or not. But I think it would probably be better to get back to you with a little bit more research on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Austin. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, any other questions from council? We'll go ahead and open it up then to public. Anyone wishing to address the item?
Before I be speaking, for the record, here you go, Melissa. Your city manager is winking and throwing the gun at me because I said it was rude for him and the way that he was speaking to Mr. Bausch. My name is Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. It'll be documented. I've been working with the homeless my entire life. My grandfather was homeless, and to the end of his life, we moved into my cousin's family. I don't know if you know my family, was the Apodakas. And Grover City, or Arroyo Grande, the Sarmientos. My uncle, Mike Messina, has trained the majority of fires and paramedics in this county for at least 30 years, 40 years, maybe longer. Anyhow, my cousin currently is missing. My dad picked her up. She wanted to go live in Montana with her sister. And when she got clean and she was ready to go, her sister declined to take her, and my dad had to drive her back to Santa Marina's homeless encampment. So currently I have 25 cousins on one side. She's our eldest. On my dad's side, I have 30 cousins. So I have a very extensive family, okay? And it matters to me what happens at ECHO. That's why I've come here year after year. Every time ECHO's bid is up for more money, I ask Mayor Martin. He jumped on it because right now we cannot be guaranteed what Gavin's going to do with our homeless money with Prop 1. So absolutely fund Austin and his program. I have been reading this MOU and I have not seen, I don't understand it. I mean, I get the gist of it, but the language in here is like reading the Bible, the hitherto, the henceforth, and conclusion of. So what I've been doing is I've been scouring the entire country for homeless plans. And what Mr. Bausch is talking about, the Beautification Council. In Oakland, California, they were able to get a grant to clean the side of the freeways and a partnership with Caltrans. I spoke with Mr. Strong about that possibility, and he said, well, Caltrans may not be as interested. I love to hear tonight that they are, all the people that are living there are working for the Midstate Fair, because that is what these people need. They need hope, they need dignity, and they need somewhere to be able to call home one day. Now, I have worked in every alley in the homeless. My son went to ECHO and all his clothes were stolen, and he came running right back, which is why every time there was police interaction, he thought someone was going to hurt him. So I want to see this program being the best that we can. The Beautification Council is simply this. We pay our homeless people, and I put it in John Pashong's ear and Debbie Arnold, they liked it. We pay our own homeless to clean up their own area. It is that simple. I think that housing first is not the idea, because at my own experience, you put my grandpa in a house, he's going to drink his Thunderbird. You put my cousin in my dad's home, she started smoking again. So housing is not always the issue, and that's where the state is at. So right now, we have to use as much money as we can for our people. And just so you know, seniors, female seniors are the highest growing homeless people in the nation. In the nation. So I would love to see our seniors, a call for all our women seniors who are living in their cars in encampments, getting raped, getting beat up in San Jose, in LA, in Oakland, the Hondos, the cartel are there. We don't have a problem. It is manageable, and Austin has proved that year after year. That is why I come here year after year and say, give him every penny he needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Rivera. Austin's doing a great job. I just to let you know, Ron Cuff and I, just within the last 3 weeks, I want to see what was going on down there on Black Oak. And so we went and cleaned up a lot of the material there. And I did see, Austin, that you guys had adopted that area, which is great. And so, but we picked up a truckload of material. It was a lot. What was disturbing is the hypodermic needle and a lot of aluminum foil about this size they used to ingest drugs, a lot of it. That's what we were picking up. And we were picking up a lot of other, things that were used for other drug paraphernalia. But just the material that we picked up was enormous. So I appreciate it. So anything that the city can do to help to continue that, whatever resources we can use, or grants, that's a great idea. Whatever we can do, let's ask the community, hey, let's put up, let's start let's pass a tray around. Let's see if we can get money to clean that area up and pay the homeless to do it. Now, the other thing I wanted to ask or to comment on was the amount of loitering that is going on. And I know ECHO doesn't have any control over that. I get that. However, we with the new Supreme Court we haven't had a report on what the Supreme Court said regarding their recent
ruling.
You know what I'm talking about, the recent ruling. You got me. So we need to have a report on what that means to us and how we can utilize that in order to leverage that for ourselves. So we keep people off the sidewalks, keep people off, out of the parks that are being inappropriate, et cetera. So we need to really, a tough love. I've said this before, we need some tough love. And we need to start being very proactive about this. But the final thing I want to say is those businesses that are at that area have taken enormous hits. If you owned a building down there, or if you owned a hotel or any of those others, they can't sell that property. Nobody wants to create a business there because it's not something people want to go to. That has to be fixed. They've been damaged. God loved the fact that there are people, we have a place for it, but that was initially, and I objected to it, the wrong place to put that. But it's there. Here we are. We can't change that at this stage. Maybe someday. I think we also need to look at tiny homes, especially for moms with children, that we can pull up into that parking lot and create temporary housing for those moms and those children. Or for people that pass through and we know that they're on the way to recovery or whatever it is. So there's a number of things we can do, but you have to have the will and you have to have the political will to do it. And you have to have the desire and you have to use your resources appropriately. And I hope you do. I know most of your hearts are in the right place, but it's how we do it. How we do it is the important thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Chief?
Can I comment on just a little bit of that?
You bet.
So the police department has been doing some directed criminal enforcement over the last 3 weeks. Black Oak, City Park, around City Hall. We've had over 100 contacts. We've had over 30 arrests for many things. Part of the problem that we face is they don't stay in jail. So there is proactive activity taking place. I promise you it's occurring. We're arresting. Criminal activity it's arrestable, and we are making those arrests. But we take them down to the jail and they get cited out. And then they get a bus ticket right back to Paso. So I just to educate, the community and everyone else that we're not waiting for a decision from legal to start taking action. We've been taking that action. In the report we did last year, we had over 3,000 contacts with homeless, and I think we had over 1,000 arrests. We have continued to be proactive as the police department. We have continued to do those things. There are current laws in the state of California that, inhibit them staying in jail. So again, just a little bit of, we are doing that, and we are continuing to work. We are in the process of finishing up that report for the new case law that just came out, and there will be a path moving forward. But again, we're not waiting on that. We've been doing it, we're continuing to do it, and we will continue to be proactive in this area.
Yeah, I just want to say to the city manager, and I think legal counsel is working on an item for our council's review.
Yeah, just for clarification, so the grants pass decision came out after your last council meeting, so we haven't had an opportunity to give you a report. But the decision did come down the way we had thought that it might, which is we can now enforce camping bans again. So you will have a first draft of an ordinance or first reading of an ordinance on your agenda on August 6th, the next meeting, to reinstate your camping provisions.
Does the decision also say that we still have to have some place where they can camp?
No.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
So we can enforce a camping ban again. The chief and I spoke, I think, the day the decision came out about, their ability to start doing some things and moving forward. So we are being proactive, but we just need a council meeting in which to bring forward to you. So that'll be the first meeting in August.
Well, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I need you to speak from the...
Yeah.
We need it from the podium so that anybody who's listening, and so it's on the record.
I'm saying my middle name, Linda George 312, is the, no, I forgot what I was going to ask.
You were asking if the riverbed was state property.
Is the riverbed state property? That's what I've been told by people. And if we don't have jurisdiction over state property, so my thought process at looking at everybody's homeless in the nation situation, all the different states, what they've been doing is just doing what Chief Nord, I know, has already been doing, enforcing the laws. It happened with my own son. So, I think if we can't move those encampments because we don't have them in our streets. I know that I've seen a couple people park next to a small business, but I'll say this again. Our town is all small businesses and we don't have the wherewithal, or they don't, to ward off people that are camping. So that's basically the thought process.
So, Ms. George, the camping ordinance will be on the next agenda.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that question, but someone else may.
Chief Stornetta.
So maybe you're confusing it with, it is a navigable waterway, but it's the majority of it's privately owned and city property, and we cannot enforce on private property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, a lot of sidebars here too. Pro Tem Gregory, question.
So I'd like to say that every morning the PD is down in the park. Several officers walking and making sure everything's good down there. So appreciate that, Damien. It's really nice to just see them out there cruising around. I don't have anything to say other than I'm ready to make a motion.
Any other discussion? All right, go ahead.
So can we do this in one action, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. I recommend we receive and file ECHO's 23-24 third quarter report. Direct staff to disperse payment in the amount of $55,000. Direct staff to disperse funds in the amount of $55,000 upon ECHO's submission in their final report to staff at the end of the 23-24 fourth quarter period, and approve the second amendment to the ECHO SMOU extending funding for years of 24-25 and for 25-26 for a total of $444,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilwoman
Clarification.
Roden. Discussion.
I only heard 55,000. That's 55,500 on each of those, is it not?
My mistake, 55,500.
Thank you.
Given the logic of the last motion, where we voted to just do this in like two tranches, would you want to do this in two tranches? I can do the 55,500. I don't know if I want to extend it. I don't know what our financial situation is going to be like for the second.
So I think, just for clarification, they're talking about doing this every two sessions instead of every quarter, which I'm okay with, as long as we get the reports.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that right?
I'm so sorry, what was that?
So
break it up.
You're going to do, instead of quarterly, we're going to do biannual?
So they'll come to you twice a year?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you were asking.
That's what we're asking. The second amendment would be biannual, so twice a year.
That'd be great. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Any discussion further? No? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Austin. All right, now we're on back to item number 5, discussion. And Ryan Cornell will have that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. This item before you is a lease extension for the corporation yard at 625 Riverside. The city sold the property back in 2018 and has been leasing the site lease back since then. A little bit of background, when the property was sold, it was intended that the city's corporation yard would be moved to the boys' school. Back when the state was still selling the property before Majestic took over ownership, and there was a already constructed maintenance yard, and that was kind of the first goal, was to move the maintenance shop there. Unfortunately, the state and the landing project, or the boys' school project, fell through, and so we've been leasing the sites back since then. The other component, or the other thing we've been working on since then, is developing the site at 2930, I believe is the address, Union Road, the site of fire station number 3. And so we have plan documents for a new corporation yard at that site. It's going to be coming to the planning commission within the next couple of months. And so we really should have bid documents very, very shortly. It is anticipated that a construction timeline for once we do get the approved plans will be about 18 months. And so it does require another lease extension at this site while we construct the new corp yard at the fire station number 3 site. So with that being said, I'd happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Don't really have any questions. Thank you for the explanation and the recap. This is just more of a cautionary tale. This is, when I hesitate on pulling the trigger on doing something because, well, we're going to do this or this is going to happen. And I say, wait, don't do it until that actually, we're spending more than what we sold the property for or will have. And it's just, we should have got all of our ducks in a row back in 2018. I don't think you were here in 2018. You just arrived or something like that?
I was started September 17th, so yeah, I guess I'll still take ownership that I was here. But yes, it did get ratified by City Council. We did have the discussions,
right.
And I think the overall intention is the current corporate site is a great location for some whatever economic development future is behind us.
Right. It's just in hindsight being 2020,
sure.
And.
Mr. Bausch, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that from our city's perspective, that's been one of our mantras is no bad deals. And during that particular time, I think that your assessment is spot on and your critique is fair. So I wish, I think we had a caller earlier. I don't know if, all right, so I'll be quiet and let them speak.
Yeah, to answer the caller's question, that second one away, we did, as a secondary, when we kind of found out the boys' school wasn't going to work out, we did buy the leasehold rights at Second One Way, where there's 5 separate buildings. One of them is an office building, one's a warehouse. And so 2 of those buildings, the office building and one of the air hangars, was kind of scheduled for the City Hall Annex. Then it got changed to potentially the police department substation. And so the location's the challenge. And so we're still evaluating the different things. Luckily enough, we got the G3, is that the right? G3 into the warehouse, and their lease payments are pretty much taking care of that overall $7 million purchase when we paid it back then.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions from council on this one?
Nope.
We'll open up to public. Anybody wishing to address item 5?
I do have Jan Albin on the line.
Okay. Jan? Can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, again, and I apologize. The audio that I was getting back was really broken up. So I'm going to ask the question again and see if, so I understand that the property out there by the airport that we paid $6 million for is going to be used for, did you say a police substation? And so are we looking for other pieces of property to buy so that we can get out from underneath the leases that we have? That's what I'm asking, is that with this tremendous amount, $13,000, I'm going to ask that the Annetta family adopt me. This $13,000 a month that we pay just to them for this one piece of property it just sickens me to think that that's just wasted money. Are we looking for other property to get out from underneath the city where the water department is there on Pine Street and this property? Are we doing anything about that?
Brian, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
So, sorry.
No.
So as I was previously saying, the fire station number 3 is the future site for the corporation yard. The plans are in review. It should be going to planning commission in the next couple of months. And so we really should have constructible bid documents sooner than later. And this is, I don't want to make any promises, but this should be the last lease extension for the site.
I would hope so.
And there is a 3rd-year option. And that was the safety net if something were to get delayed. So we do have an optional 3rd year.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
So we move.
Yeah, bring it back, council.
Let me ask one quick question.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Michael Rivera. So we have right now renderings, architecture, and construction drawings, et cetera, ready to go, ready to pull the trigger, so to speak.
Yeah, Frida can answer that.
Construction drawings will happen after the conceptual plans go to planning and schematics go to planning commission. As Ryan mentioned, that'll be in the next couple months.
And then,
So you as a city council will be able to fast track that and slide it through the planning process and get this thing done, right? So we're not looking at third year additional monies being paid for the lease that we're currently having. Is that what you're committing to the public?
okay, that's the plan, Michael.
You're committing to the public, you're going to get that done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I want.
Okay, now we're back to council for direction.
I move we approve item number 5.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. On item 5, approval corporation yard lease extension of 625 Riverside. Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Mayor Hammond, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
aye. You didn't give me a, okay.
Can I ask a quick question? I started to ahead of time. Wasn't part of that yard going to be used for the expansion of the fire and police over there?
That's the west half.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's still hopefully some plan down the road?
Yeah, so they're actually going to be pretty much on the same track.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have actually 3 facilities there at the end. Yeah. 4 actually.
Five
Yeah,
five separate buildings. And
the
there's also
corner, we haven't even gotten to the final northeast
or
corner.
6, actually 6.
Okay. Now, we have item 6 is next. And that also is Ryan.
Yes, good evening. So as part of the city's responsibility is to pay for city council members' travel and training expenditures. Back a couple of years ago, we actually put specific threshold dollar amounts in the travel policy for city council members. Unfortunately, this past year, Councilmember Strong has exceeded his pre-authorization amount of $6,000, and he attended roughly a half a dozen conferences, and they're included on page 2 of the staff report. Given the new policy, we need council's concurrence in order to go over these expenditures. That's the action for council's approval tonight.
Question for Elizabeth. Can Fred weigh in on this question, or will he have to recuse himself?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead and give information.
He can answer questions related to the expenses, I think would be appropriate in this instance, but he wouldn't be participating in the vote.
Okay, very good. So we have further questions from council. Who brought this one up?
So last time this came up, I voted in favor of extending it and increasing the limit, and then I got a lot of flack from the public. Why do we need to travel this much? This time when it came up, because all these seem to be, except for one, $35 expense to the Cal Cities Channel Cities Division dinner. These all seem to be related to the National League of Cities. And it's like, what exactly do we get from the National League of Cities? I couldn't answer the question. Why do we need to fund $11,000 to the National League of Cities? So Fred, how would you respond to that?
Well, we got a number of things. Number one, because they put me on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, as rail co-chair, I participate on highway funding, bridge funding, and we have 45 lobbyists that we get with that on our behalf at the federal level. Also, they bring in the federal officials because they are the most powerful lobbying team in Washington, D.C. on behalf of cities. And so I meet directly with the deputy secretaries of this from the cabinet. So Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of whatever, even some of the sub people below that. FFA is a separate one. Highways are a separate one. Rail is a separate one, etc. And so I meet with those people and I bring back their documentation, which usually I don't put my report to the council because I give it to staff. And that is how they are evaluating grants, how they have training programs available on how to make out the grants, things like that. One of their manuals as to how they evaluate a grant for specific business and marketing plans, for instance. That one I got directly from the deputy secretary. Geocode, another one on flood mitigation, another one on electric vehicle chargers and things like that. So we bring all of that back for our staff and for as appropriate, I report it to council. But a lot of this doesn't really affect council, but like the charging smart thing is a good one for staff. And basically that's what I do. And here's one of the manuals, for instance, supporting performance-based planning and programming through scenario planning, Federal Highway Administration's manual.
Those manuals available online?
No.
So you have to go to the meeting and get the hard copy of the manual and bring it back to give to staff.
You can actually request the manual if you know it exists. The interesting thing about the meetings is that's where we find out what manuals they actually have and what they're specifically on.
So you can't get it online unless you go to the meeting?
Not that I know of. I don't know how to get it online unless they send it to me. They are sending me notices now because I requested them. So I'm on a mailing list for when things become available, such as this.
So how many manuals did we get? 3 or 4, it looks like?
We got the one complete manual because they didn't have that many.
I don't mean to make light of it, but that seemed like an awful expensive price per manual.
Well, it's not just that. It's the contacts you make because you get to meet these people and then they get to know you. You get to talk about your projects.
Right.
But you get nowhere if you just ask for me. You have to ask for we. And that's why the importance of the meetings is all the people that you also work with. So you get support from Texas, you get support from Kentucky, you get support from state of Washington, etc. And that's where it all helps.
So final question, then I'll move on. How much money did you bring back last year?
It's in the millions, but we can't say specifically because we don't bring a check back. That's not how it works.
And
we
this
bring
year?
back the information on how to get the check. Now, we had allocated for us, and this is where our problem is with the state. And that's why we are now through the state organization trying to get the state trying to get the state to pay attention to what the locals need, give us more money, okay? And at the national level, we're working on two things. We're working for the federal government to give the money directly to whoever's going to do the project and not send it through the state, who then takes part of it as an administrative fee, which we lost on one of our projects alone in this county. We lost $45,000 just as an administrative fee. Now, how you can spend $45,000 to write a check is beyond me, but that's what the state took out of the funds.
But my understanding from other cities is that they still get these funds and these grants when they apply for them.
The state? Oh, yeah, the state will still get some for their things,
and the federal grants, too.
Pardon me?
And the federal grants.
And yes, and that's what we're working on through the League of Cities, by the way, specifically, is asking that the federal government, they're lobbying right now to get the federal government to send those checks directly to us instead of sending them through the state where we lose chunks of the money. For instance, in the last infrastructure bill, which I was able to help write because of the contact with that secretary, Secretary Buttigieg. And that is, we got the money, actually they allocated the money for our bridge on Union Road, but it went to the state and the state spent it on their own project. We never got the money because in the federal allocation, they don't specify the specific projects. Now they put that money into the grant to us through the state in the amount that they gave them, but that's not how the state spent it.
So those relationships didn't serve us too well.
So it's a combination of things. It's not just one thing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions from council? Open it up to public. Anyone wishing to address?
Quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
I thought I had the expenses here with my stuff that I printed out, but I don't have it. But I recall there being one, I think, seemingly pretty expensive trip in the totals, and I think it was the one to Washington D.C. It was over $5,000, and I know that you had trouble with a flight, and you had to do a last minute, which was pretty expensive. But if you look at it in Atlanta, those are two bigger items, but then they were farther away too.
And that one was a problem with our own policy because our own policy was that we are not to spend any money insuring the flight. And because the flight wasn't insured, when we got to St. Louis, the airline canceled the flight and left me stranded. And I had no way to get anywhere, even to get to my meeting, without booking another flight, and they had none available. I had to go through a different airline.
Is there some way we can prevent something like that happening in the future as far as the city making the flights for you, and then if there are issues? I don't know if it would have helped in that circumstance.
No, that wouldn't have, because it was on a weekend and I couldn't even get anybody in order to get anything else. But if we spent the $45 extra to insure the flight, then the insurance pays for the flight. So it seems stupid not to spend the $45, in my opinion, but that's our policy.
Okay. Michael.
Michael Rivera again. You know, years ago, I really was upset about the travel that Mr. Strong had charged up. It was nearly $20,000. And here we are now. And we have a congressman. We have a senator. We have levels of our leadership that are supposed to be responsive to the people. And if Mr. Strong sees a hole in this system, maybe he ought to call on the rest of the city council to fill in and plug the hole. Now, there's also phones. There's pens. I mentioned that to you. You have a pen and a phone. I think I said that some years back. So this is really annoying. And the taxpayers see this. You have no idea how annoyed people are. They don't say anything. They're not going to overtly come out, and they're not like me, because I'm not really afraid to come out, because this is my government. Our government works for us. We don't work for it. And if we can't find creative ways to get information that Mr. Strong indicates he had to have, then we got a real problem here. We need to really start going through our protocols and determine how we're going to spend money. Because there is no magic money tree. We got people out there in the public who live on very little. They have tough times. They see this nonsense. They have kids. I mean, we have to be conscious of what Roadlands go through. And when they see stuff like this, they get outraged, and people wonder why they don't trust their government. Come on. Let's get real, folks. Let's start understanding that we work for the people, and we got to be very conscious. I've been on a number of these trips. I don't even think I charged for my travel. I think the city of Santa Maria paid for my room, and I paid for everything else. I mean, come on. John Pashon, great example. He doesn't put in his expenses for anything. I probably wouldn't go that far, but I probably wouldn't travel very much. So, there has to be a change here. There has to be a change. And this goes back to what I said years ago, Fred. I said, that was wrong. You guys didn't do anything about it. And there are at least two of you who are on this dais that remember that.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Anyone like to start? I appreciate Fred Strong's willingness to go and do these meetings on behalf of the city. I've always asked, again, to make sure that we as a city get some way of quantifying the time and the money back to our city. I think, again, we did it ourselves when we went back to Washington. We knocked on doors and we finally got somebody to start talking about our overpass up 46 East. And that's exactly how it does get done. You really got to get at face to face to make some commitments. But on the other hand, what I would like to see here, I mean, these have already been spent. We have to, I think, honor what's been done. But in the future, what I'd like to see is that each one of us have a certain amount of funding approved for all of us to do meetings. And I don't mind pushing some of mine that I won't use to Fred for that kind of a purpose. But in the future, when we have, I think, meetings coming up like this that are going to require a significant cost, and we are at the end of our particular council's allotment, then we need to talk about whether we should do that meeting or not. I think that's really what it comes down to. There might be other ways to still participate without actually physically being there. But on this case, with what we've already seen, we've already had to pay for. I think, again, we have to move forward. But as a policy in the future, I think that might be a way of moving forward. Discussion.
Mayor Hammond, I think the least we should do is get insurance on his flights, especially anything cross country. And then I agree, a lot of the personal interaction does get results. I also appreciate Fred, but I don't like seeing $5,000 expenses for one event, but that's all airfare. That's the problem. So I think that we ought to ask staff to maybe help Fred book these things with some insurance so we don't have this kind of overage that we're not expecting. So,
can I clarify something?
Sure.
It wasn't just airfare, because the flight back was late because the crew didn't show up. And so when it took off, our airport closed before that flight could get there, and they had to divert to Santa Barbara, which then gave me an extra charge in order to get back up to where my car was parked.
Yeah, it can really snowball. I know that, especially now with the airline issues and problems sometimes. But okay.
I concur that this is an expense already taken, but we can't get to this point. Again, we have to be aware of where the spending is and make appropriate decisions at that point of whether you go on the next junket or whichever one you choose to go to, meetings that you choose to go to or do not go to. And I don't know how to value each one of these because I don't have the experience that you guys have. It'd be nice if we could put, we got this project that costs this much. If Mr. Strong hadn't have been there, we wouldn't have gotten it. I don't know if we have those kind of metrics to go by, but this has been done. It needs to be taken care of, but we need to have a little bit closer watch on the spending for each one of us. Not let it get to this point.
Okay. Anyone?
Chris,
go ahead.
So it seems like we're having a little deja vu moment here. We had this similar conversation when we increased the limit about sharing our unused allocation. When this occurred, talked about getting pre-authorization when we exceeded that limit. So we've had that discussion.
That's in place.
And, I believe that I don't mean to be a hard case or be unsympathetic or ungrateful to Mr. Strong for all of his efforts, but we've discussed this already.
And this actually happened before we discussed it.
I'm not sure that that's the case.
I think so. But anyway.
I think we discussed the possibility or the necessity of utilizing another councilman's 5,000 or whatever it was to supplement, as I recall, was the discussion I was involved with. But you may be referring to something that happened before I was here.
Okay. Do we have a motion by someone? I'll make a motion if you want. Again, I think we have to at this point because it's already been done and we have to pay for the bills here. So I will make a motion to approve Councilmember Strong's travel and training expenditures for fiscal year 2023-24 with a caveat that future expenses over and above our allotment needs to be approved by council.
Put your insurance.
Second.
Did you want to put your insurance?
Pardon me?
Did you want to put your insurance future?
I think
Put the insurance.
The travel policy is not actually before you tonight, but if
Especially
you
for
want to
me.
direct us to bring that back,
That might
when
be
we
good.
update it, the next time we can add that.
Okay.
Then I'll second the motion the way it was made.
Okay. Motion by Hammond, second by Roden. Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the question.
Mayor Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Roden,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
No.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay. All right, next question we had was 12, I think, was it not? Yes, item 12. And that is Ricky. Ricky there?
Is that how it's,
Second reading of the ordinance adoption, which amended the municipal court for restricting dogs in public places. Ricky?
Evening, Council. Ricky Lear, Commander with Paso Police Department. Tonight we're here to discuss the repeal of the ordinance for the dogs in the park. Are there any questions?
Who? I guess.
Well, let me start off by this ordinance started in 1984. Our city has grown dramatically by population. We've watched our city change to a focus on tourism, and we've watched the businesses around the city park change and focus on a tourism. That being said, that brings the businesses around the park, if you've noticed, and our hotels now have water bowls and treats. And there's a focus on bringing people to our downtown and accepting that, understanding that now dogs are like a part of the family and they welcome people to bring their dogs down to the city park. That being said, there's a lot of valid concerns with dogs in the park. And along with this ordinance, there's many other ordinances that address those concerns. And this is a repeal for just the one ordinance to allow people to accept the dogs downtown and enjoy our community. With those other concerns, we have other ordinances that can address those problems, like disturbing the peace, aggressive dogs, leash laws, and stuff like the animal waste. So we're just focusing on the one.
How do we control urinary when a dog urinates in the park? How do we clean that up?
Well, that I'd have to look into more and see if there's options on what we can do for urinating. But we can control feces and animal poo like that with an ordinance.
We can attempt, we can't control.
Correct.
National standards say we can't control it. The dog is going to go where the dog wants. The owner may or may not pick up after its animal.
100%. And we can address that with an ordinance, and they could face a citation.
So if we don't enforce the ordinance now, what makes me believe we're going to enforce the new ordinance?
What ordinance are we not enforcing?
No dogs in the park.
Well,
loitering.
Life isn't black and white.
Cannabis delivery. We don't enforce that one.
Well, that's a whole different.
I know, but we don't enforce it. We don't enforce illegal fireworks.
There's differences between enforcing. Officers, it's not black and white. Officers have.
Mr. Bausch, we enforce all laws. Obviously, we have a limited number of staff that we have. When citizens call or whenever we have a reporting party that calls us, we go down and we enforce whatever ordinances or laws that are being violated. There's a letter of law and there's a spirit of the law. It's a park. People bring their dogs to hotels. People bring their dogs to restaurants. People bring their dogs everywhere with them. It is something that we have never forcibly went down and enforced. It's also normally something that is done by animal control, which has been outsourced to the county. But it is something that we enforce. When we get calls to the city park for something about a dog or off the leash, we go and enforce it.
Okay, so restaurants are private property. I don't think the city owns any restaurants that we go and enforce, so we need to. So we'll bring it back. My apologies for talking about illegal fireworks and vagrancy and things like that. We'll keep it about dogs we don't enforce the dog laws now. So now we're going to enforce those when somebody complains, is what I'm hearing, right? If somebody calls and says, hey, that dog's not on a leash, then we'll send an available officer.
Mr. Bausch, if we would like to add some sort of staffing to that will be specifically directed towards parks or towards something like this,
right?
Then that person could obviously do that all day long. That's something they can do. Again, we have limited staff that respond to up to approximately 90,000 calls a year we get.
Okay.
I'd like to augment a little bit of this conversation too. I think the matter before you tonight, council, is what do you want to criminalize? There are lots of people that are coming and going from the community, and we're bringing you an available option to make a choice. One is to integrate dogs, as other businesses and other entities have done, into the park because we see it occurring. And you have the choice before you tonight to either authorize dogs in the park with the existing control measures that are there and to continue doing that, or you can reject the repeal and direct the police department to continue business as usual. However, with the volume and the changes in culture and everything else, there's a decision before you, and we're simply bringing you an option. We're not arguing for or against. We're just simply providing you with the current state of affairs, and you can make an informed decision one way or the other.
Thank you. I'm just trying to help inform my decision, but appreciate your comment. So is this for all parks, or is it just the downtown park?
It's all parks, sir.
All parks. Okay. Can I ask another question then? So we're talking about fiscal impact. None. I have no idea how we got to no fiscal impact. I see signage as an expense. We have to change the signage. We have waste disposal. Are we going to have a perpetual donor that's going to absorb all of these costs? If we do change it, if this passes tonight, and we do decide to change the signage that says no dogs allowed, we need to probably save that signage because I sense this might be ripe for a referendum at some point. I see there's considerable fiscal expense.
I think the intent behind the staff report that you have today, Mr. Bausch, is not to anticipate any cost to repeal the ordinance to the council. If there are certain restrictions that or programs that council would like to implement, then certainly there could be costs. But currently, what's happening in the park and what's proposed tonight is reflective of those current circumstances, which isn't costing the city any additional dollars. So if there are extra things that you would like, there certainly could be extra expenses. At this point, we don't anticipate those.
Thank you for acknowledging the extra costs.
So I'd like to make a statement now.
Hang on, question. Are you finished, Chris?
Yes.
Pro Tem Greger.
Yeah. So I've been paying attention to parks wherever I'm going with my dog lately. And this is an important story because this is reality. So the very nicest park in all of Bend, Oregon, surrounded by the Deschutes River, is 10 acres. People and dogs are both allowed. And I met and talked to the monitor, and she was a park and recs employee. And the only regulation on the dogs is they have to stay on their leash. And they have very little problem because people want to appreciate the park. And you have a very small percentage of the people that abuse it, but for the most part, people don't abuse the rules like the leash law and pick up after your dog. And, you know, ground is meant to be shared with people and families. And you have a lot of families and couples that have dogs, and it works really beautiful, really good there. And it's the best park I've been to for dogs and people. And it's 10 acres. And there's no limitation. As long as the dog stays on the leash, people clean up. And I think it's a mindset. And I think it's backward not to think so. That's all I want to say, because you need to take care of your car. You need to take care of how you drive. You need to take care of how you walk. You need to take care of your dog. And the park's a beautiful place. So.
Okay. Councilman Strong.
I thought this was questions, not comments, but we're getting a lot of comments.
Yeah.
So my first thing is, in the dog parks, we had an organization that was providing the bags, so the pooper scooper bags. Have we approached that organization about the parks at all? Or do we have somebody else who might be providing those bags?
At this time, we don't have a plan for implementing pet waste bags in parks. We actually do have a lot of parks already, a lot of dogs already using our parks. So I've already directed our parks and trails staff to monitor any increases that we might see in pet waste, but we currently don't have a problem. Every now and then, yes, of course, somebody does not pick up after their pet. But for the most part, we're seeing responsible ownership.
Well, we've done that, though, haven't we, on that trail that goes behind Centennial?
That's the only place, yep.
Okay, so we are doing it in some places.
Yeah. That was implemented by the Rec Foundation several years ago, but that is the only place outside of the dog park at Sherwood.
So there might be a possibility of approaching Rec Foundation or...
There could be. If council would like us to look into that, we can, but we would really appreciate the opportunity to really monitor the situation before we do something like that.
Or private donations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that also private donations.
Correct.
But my other concern is small children, because small children love dogs. And I'm afraid that a lot of dogs are just family dogs. And they see some unknown person coming up. I'm afraid those kids are going to get hurt.
And Mr. Strong, that's a valid concern, but we currently have that occurring in the parks now. We have kids with the dogs. The dogs are in the park, and again, if something like that happens, it's an aggressive dog, and that's something that we would go and force that. You know, so but again, I can't predict if that's going to occur or not. And again, we already have those interactions taking place.
And I'm just thinking not of an aggressive dog, but a timid dog who feels like they're being attacked themselves. Especially a small one, which is especially attractive to a small child.
Yes, sir.
But, all right, thank you.
Question, Chief, for me. Just like anything, we respond basically on complaint basis. So if somebody had an incident in the park with a dog, they call you, we're going to respond. and you would cite whatever violation that is currently on the books for that. And that's what you were saying earlier, is that you do enforce.
Yes, when we're called, obviously, do we give a citation every time? No, we don't. It's just like a traffic stop. We're going to go, we're going to evaluate the situation. We'll talk to both parties. You know, if there's a crime or a ordinance violation, you know, we would determine letter of the law or spirit of the law. Are we going to cite them? Or are we going to educate them on the issue so they don't do it again? You know, we're not down there to punish. You know, people are there to have a good time. People have their dogs there because they want to enjoy them. You know, if it's something that's egregious, obviously we're going to take, you know, action on that. But obviously our goal is to educate and for everyone to have a good time.
Okay. We do have a current ordinance relating to dogs, pets, and the way they should be handled that we can come back to, saying that this is what you should be doing.
Yes, there is currently a leash law that is, it's a standard law. There are things that we can still enforce that will maintain order within the parks with people that bring their dogs.
Mm-hmm. And just for my edification, we were talking about a park ranger. If we had a ranger or some employee that is committed to the different parks, would he be able to administer, or would it be coming from your department or a sworn officer at that point?
It honestly, they can fall under a different department. They would just have to be PC 832 trained.
I see. Okay. Is that something we are planning in the future, or some sort of, Angelica, I think we talked about this years ago.
Part of our homelessness strategic plan includes investigating and making recommendations regarding a park ranger program to increase presence in all of our locations.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's all the questions I have. Sharon?
Chief, what are the fines associated with either leash laws or a dog that is aggressive?
So right now our officers have administrative sites that
We need you to come up to the microphone just in case there's anybody listening on the record. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Ricky Lear, Commander. As of right now, our officers use our administrative sites for any fines. And the first citation starts at $100. If that individual is cited again, it goes to $200, and it increments up to $500 and then to $1,000.
So nothing. I mean,
correct.
$100
substantial. Yeah.
Having a dog off a leash, but and of course, if it's aggressive, you have them remove it immediately.
Yes, and aggressive dogs is also in the ordinance also, and disturbing the peace.
Okay.
And in the case of a dog bite, there's county ordinances, and our animal control services are required to impound the dog for observation purposes. So, and there's expenses associated with that. You know, moving into the future, if council is concerned about enforcement effort, it's really a three-prong approach. You have the police department, you have animal control, and potentially if the council were ever to establish a ranger program, they would certainly be involved in monitoring those types of situations as well. But right now it's primarily police department and animal control.
Okay. Chris?
A couple of clarifying questions. Animal control is still county?
Yes, sir.
So, and then park ranger, would that be somebody at like one ranger per location, or a couple rangers to cover all sites?
I wouldn't be able to provide an answer to that right now, but I don't think we anticipate a ranger per location.
Right.
I think we're looking at a situation where we have a couple of individuals that...
Roving rangers.
Yeah,
roving
rangers.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, conversation, discussion, action? I thought we had that. Okay. If not, any public wishing to?
I do have a caller.
Oh, okay.
Jan Alvin.
Hello. Can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi. I can, and you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I apologize in advance. Some of my comments are going to be just a reiteration of things that have already been said, but I write my stuff out in advance, so there you have it. My objection to the repeal of this ordinance is not only due to the absurd reason given which is, and I quote, "The current reality is people are bringing their dogs anyway, so we might as well allow it," unquote. But also the inadequate staff report and the failure to present a plan for managing this new for allowable activity. The staff report says no fiscal impact. Well, that's simply not true, as Mr. Bosch pointed out. There will be costs for new signage, doggy do bag stations, continuous costs for replenishment of those bags by city maintenance personnel, and not just for one park, but for all 8 city parks. Those costs will be significant and ongoing, and I think taxpayers have a right to know what this action will cost them before you approve it. My objection has always been that dogs in the park pose a poop problem. There are too many owners who are irresponsible and just don't pick up after their dogs. It's a particular problem for those who bring their children to the park to just run around and play. You also have a dog bite issue, and children are particularly subject to this injury. Leash laws aside, these things do happen with frequency. And have you really stopped to think about what allowing dogs in the park will mean to the dozens of public events held in that downtown park? People will now feel free to bring their dogs to these events. Even if it's not an appropriate venue, they'll bring them anyway because they can. There will be people with dogs everywhere, and there will be a problem because of it. But the reasoning presented, again, people are bringing them anyway, so we might as well allow it, is just an insult to those of us who do obey the laws and find other places to take our dogs. We have thousands of ordinances, and I would agree that a great deal of them are silly and kind of outdated and maybe should go away. But we should keep an ordinance like this for the comfort and safety of all. And please don't tell me that the police department was just thumbing its way through that big book of ordinances one day and just happened upon this one. As insignificant as this may seem, this item was brought forward for self-serving reasons. I'm suggesting that council table this issue until staff returns with a plan for all 8 parks and the costs associated with, and then discuss it again. A better suggestion is that you leave the ordinance in place as it is to be enforced if need be. Continue to do what we've always done, which is pay attention and act if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question of Chief Nord?
Are we finished with online? Okay, go ahead,
Chief, how many incidences have there been of dog bites in the parks?
I can tell you in the 2.5 years that I've been here, I don't recall one.
In any of the parks? You haven't had any calls?
I can only speak to this in the 2.5 years I've been here. I do not recall responding to one.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Chief, are you monitoring the ones in the actual dog park on Scott Street?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Are you monitoring the fights, the dog fights that are occurring at the dog park in Scott Street?
Only if we're called or we're notified of them, sir.
Huh.
Okay. Anything further? All right, let's get to the question then.
Oh, is this comments, still comments?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were still on questions. So the only other comment I would make is, I hope during concerts in the park, we don't have the music accompanied by a dog chorus.
It's posted.
Dog.
It's posted, Fred. No dogs during the concerts. It's posted.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Should be.
So I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. It's posted that you can't have dogs at concerts in the park?
All the way around, surround.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
So that would not change?
That's a good rule.
Okay. Direction, action. But
Well, I think I'm going to ask staff, or excuse me, council to table this until we get costs. I think that's a really good suggestion. we normally wouldn't pass things. We're in a fiscal constraint. I think that's a prudent way forward of this. I really strenuously disagree that there is no cost, that we should have been afforded the opportunity to discuss the cost on this. And it still comes back, no, we have people, the Freck Foundation, for example, wants to fund the cost of the poop bags and the signage. Great, then there's no cost. Maybe that'll afford us a different decision. Maybe not. But I think we ought to table this until at least we figure out what the cost is. That would be my motion.
Okay, question though. Did we give direction to staff that we wanted certain things to be put in place, which would add the cost? No.
I'm doing that now.
You're doing that now. Okay, so what then do you want to have then? Come back for? What do you want to see in addition to this ordinance that you want to add to staff's workload to make this work?
I'd like to determine what the cost would be to implement this ordinance or repeal of the ordinance.
I'll second that motion.
So I think so that it's not vague, we need a little bit more clarification.
Yeah.
Are you asking for signage, poop bags, what, rangers? I'm not clear on what it is. What, I know the cost of what.
Cost would be any additional signage. It would be any doggy bags. It would be personnel to pick up those doggy bags or to dispose of them.
Just a minute. We're not obligated as a city to put doggy bags out. It's the owner's responsibility. So is that what you're asking us as a city to do is to have these?
No, we're not going to do it. Just say so that we let the poop play.
No, as a responsible dog owner, I can speak. I take bags with me. I don't rely upon any park, whether it's a dog park or otherwise, to supply that.
Exactly. All right. That's why I don't see there's a whole lot of cost to this at this point, other than the fact that if we have to respond to a complaint, there's cost, with staff. But other than that, I'd like to see this move forward. And then again, we can always adjust, change, the ordinance as needed if we see issues starting to happen.
You have a motion and a second.
Okay. Call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
No.
Motion fails.
So I move we approve the second reading by title only, adoption of the ordinance 1141, repealing the ordinance number 489, which amended section 808055 of Paso Robles Municipal Code to restrict dogs in public places. And then I would like to direct staff to come back and just tell us what the cost might be to put up bags and signs.
Absolutely, we can do that. I can tell you, I don't think that there's any, and I'm a little confused on the signage issue.
Well, just the bags.
Yeah, it'd be bags. I don't anticipate any additional signage with the repeal of that.
And I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
The signage right now that says no dogs in the park.
They have to take it down.
They have to take those down.
Or we can put a piece of covering over that particular and leave the rest of the ordinance.
We have spent a lot of money on signs this year. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Motion by Gregory, second by Roden. Go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay.
Is that it?
No. So, no, we have one more. 16, I think. Yep, 16 was also pulled by Councilman Bausch. And that was the acceptance of River Oaks 2, final map 3105, phase 3. David Athy.
David Athy, city engineer, here tonight to present the River Oaks 2 final map, phase 3. This is the third map, obviously, in the subdivision. phase 1 is built out, phase 2 is under construction, and now the applicant would like to have phase 3 ready for future homes. It's a different product than phase 1 and 2. Those are more senior housing, age restricted. This is open to all folks in the public, and it's a different type of development. So it's moving forward. The project has all CCNRs recorded, and they've complied with all the different requirements of the city, the conditions of approval for this phase of the map. So they've requested that it be recorded. They've submitted a signed subdivision improvement agreement plus the bonds for the subdivision to cover the unconstructed improvements at this point. So staff is recommending approval of the map or acceptance of the map, and then recordation at the county. With that, I'd happy to answer any questions.
So, David, I have a question.
Sure.
Did the density change in the design in phase 3 or anything, or is it about the same?
Same number of lots from the original tenant.
Just a different style.
Do we have an illustration of that map?
Yes. There you go. So we had to put it sideways for the report, but it's if you go back up, Warren. Yeah, this is a road map for the CCNRs, but you can see here the lots and the layout. There was a small change. Just beeped at me. Top of there was a small lot configuration change here in this area. However, it's staff believes that it tracks with the original vesting tentative map. It's the same number of lots. It's just a small minor configuration and lot line adjustment in this area.
So which one is NIP? No, that's not.
So yeah, this is on its side. So north, unfortunately, I can't rotate it right from here, but north is this direction on the map. The Salinas River is down here toward the bottom. Buena Vista Road is up near the top, up here. That's Buena Vista Road, and it goes out to Highway 46 out in this direction over here. So Niblick Road is at the northwest side of the city. Councilman Strong.
So I have another question.
Remember the River Oaks Lake out there? River Oaks Lake?
Yeah.
This is due east. Due east.
So I have another quick question. Is this the original 277 units, Warren?
I think it was 271. So this
271.
is
So this would be that part of
consistent
that.
with like the 2017 approval.
Okay, thanks.
You said that there were lot line adjustments. Did you say there's the same number of lots, or they were increased?
That's correct. So it's the same number of lots. For a final map, you can only create the number of lots that were on the tentative map.
So it's just repositioning?
I misspoke when I said lot line adjustment. They just adjusted the lot lines in a different configuration.
Who actually pulled this? Was it?
I did.
Yeah, Chris, you had a specific question.
So there's a labor judgment. I'm trying to figure out who the owners were. So the applicant is one River Oaks Reserve LLC, pulled the SOI, and they're out of Folsom. Their manager is Stone Ridge Watt Avenue, another LLC with the same address. CEO is Harry C. Elliott III. Can't find a whole lot of information on Mr. Elliott. And when I try to track down the labor judgment, it kind of goes no place. So I was kind of concerned. I'm just trying to figure out why we can't get the improvements done before we grant the final map or record the final map.
Most of the improvements are complete. They actually are moving towards paving Village Drive, which is, it's not up on the screen anymore, but it's the main drag that goes through the development. I anticipate Mr. Maresco will come back pretty quickly once those improvements are done and we ask council to accept them.
Is he an officer in River Oaks?
It's my understanding he's the vice president of
Because he doesn't show up on the SOI.
River Oaks Reserve. So we have, he sent me, Mr. Maresco sent me the authorization for him to sign certain documents for their LLC.
Power of attorney.
So we have the operating agreement between, for River Oaks LLC, which is a required document when you create it.
Does that cover financial responsibility?
If I can finish. We have the River Oaks operating agreement. It indicates that the River Oaks Reserve LLC is comprised of Maresco Limited LLC and Stone Ridge Watt Avenue LLC. So those two units make up this. The members, it sets forth what the members are, and they have the terms of their agreement. We only have portions of that agreement because it's a private agreement. And then we also have the, oops, that's not it. We have the resolution that authorizes him to sign. There it is. A resolution of manager of the River Oaks Reserve LLC. And it sets forth who are the officers who are allowed to sign and bind the company. And what documents they're allowed to sign. And Mr. Maresco is listed on there as the authorized signer for certain documents, including this agreement, the bonds, the other agreements that we've been utilizing throughout all of this development.
So he has financial responsibility.
The LLC has financial responsibility. The LLC is composed of two LLCs. One is Maresco, one is Stone Ridge, and Mr. Maresco is the primary in Maresco Limited LLC.
And the assets of the LLCs are?
I have no idea.
We don't know. That's my problem.
But we do have bonds, and we have the subdivision improvement agreement, which obligates them to proceed. It's the way the Subdivision Improvement Act sets out that we pursue these types of transactions.
Thank you for the explanation. Same place I was at this morning, but thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions here? Open up the public. Anybody having questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for discussion and or action. 16.
I'd like to make a motion. We approve recommendation.
Second.
Approve resolution 24XXX. Is this two actions, Elizabeth?
I think it's two.
Approve the final track map 3105-3 for recordation, authorizing execution and recordation of the final map for track 3105-3, accepting public offers of dedication listed in the owner's statement and directing the city clerk to sign and seal the map.
So we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory. Strong, did you want to second that?
I second.
Okay. We'll go ahead and call that question on first item.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the city manager to enter into Phase 3 subdivision improvement agreement, subject to any necessary modifications agreement made in consultation with the city attorney.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, very good. That should take care of discussion items at this point. And we're down now to city manager's report. Ty Lewis.
In the interest of time, I'll keep this brief. I'd like to thank Frida and Helica and our staff for putting together a fantastic 4th of July event. It was excellent. Fire department as well, they were running a little bit ragged that night, which cut our event a little bit shorter than we would have liked, but in the interest of not having the city burned down, I think it was probably in the right decision to be made. Chief Nord was there, did a great job. We had a whole host of volunteers from a broad swath of the community. Would like to thank them as well. Like to thank Mr. Hewitt. I spent a little bit of time out of the city last week on vacation, and he helped cover the Coffee with the City Manager event. And Helica and her team were there as well. And as I think we heard some impromptu comments, did a great job there, which is no surprise to me. We have a top-notch staff here at the city. So those are my council comments for tonight, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Ty. Council comments, Karen Roden.
Very quickly, again, thank you to all the staff and all the volunteers that made the 4th of July celebration what it was. I do question the fact that my volunteer was in the danger zone. I'm not sure what that was about, but luckily security showed up before fireworks started. So, but believe me, it was an absolutely amazing time, and I don't go to many of those events, but I'm just always amazed at how our staff presents themselves and throws themselves into it up to their elbows. So I appreciate it.
They put you in that position so they could trust you with all the explosives. That's why.
Yeah, right.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, and I'll try to keep it short because of the hour, which is why sometimes I don't give very long reports. But I gave you most of the report on the Housing Authority already, so you heard that report. Library Board of Trustees, it was a relatively short meeting, mostly because we were missing one member, and which we appointed earlier this evening to replace. And they did elect a new chairman and a vice chair, but they did not go ahead with any goals or anything like that until they get a full board again. So that was all deferred to the following meeting. I also attended the youth advisory meeting, and that one was very good. They also elected new officers, and they've got 2 seniors from the high school that are going to be the chief officers. And again, it looks like another good youth council. Finally, we did get a Supreme Court decision down on June 20th, and that was a decision on a proposed ballot measure, the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. And they said that it could not be on the ballot because it is unconstitutional. Right, and I have the full report here too. And it's very interesting if you really go through it, because they have a lot of good reasoning, and they report a lot of great points in this particular one. It's worth reading. That's it. Oh, one other thing, and that's a request. There's, on the airport contracts, one of the things that came up was the 3-acre development contract. And I'm wondering if we couldn't ask the our airport director to please tell us why that's in there and what they expect them to build. And can they just subcontract that out, or what's the procedure on that? I'd like to have a clarification on that 3 acres.
Yeah, I had some questions on that too.
So if it's up to you.
Yeah, I believe we're in the middle of doing 221s with council on FBO updates on that. Those might be questions that you can direct towards staff at that time. I think the short answer, without getting into too much, without an agendized item, is that council can include in those negotiations. It's a policy decision on what you want there. So in the past, the council has been interested in certain expansions, and those were included in the original RFP process. Should you choose to go a different direction, then that should be vocalized as part of this negotiation process. And if further information or discussion is warranted, we'd be happy to bring it back in an agenda item. Just realize that time is of the essence
So even,
as we move forward.
Either ask it to be removed or make it to be an option.
I would agree.
Yeah, again, this isn't actually an agenda item, so there is an FBO item update, I think, on your agenda for the 6th, so you can certainly raise it then, or I think as the city manager referred to, there are 221s going on, so if you haven't met with the with Mr. Scandalis, not the FBO operator, about what would be included in that contract, that would be an appropriate place to raise those questions.
Okay. Or directly one-on-one with a particular person that we want to ask questions of.
Yes.
I mean, Strong can talk to Scandalis directly.
Okay.
Right.
And
That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Boucher.
June 26th, we had a very special joint reorganization meeting, Cities Community Service Advisory Board, special thanks to Angelica, to Linda, to Jill, and to Gigi, the Library Board, the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Commission, of course, our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Thanks, the Rex Commission, to all the applicants, members swearing in all the new that have been appointed. Talked with the city manager on the 28th with Angelica and Eric, doing a lot of libraries, and again, on 28th, again, Angelica and Linda for a very spirited presentation regarding our city parks, trails, class. Thanks, just echoing the comments about the amazing, not just a little bit more 4th of July. Thanks, Frida, Gigi, Eric, and all the sponsors and city staff. And thanks for Monday, the 8th, Senior Citizen Advisory Committee meeting, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, downtown Paso, Main Street. Tuesday, County Board of Supervisors. Wednesday, a special meeting for Youth Commission. Thursday, regular meeting for Library Board of Trustees. And then just shifting gears for a minute, requesting my own. Greg and Murray spoke earlier about scheduling a GSA meeting. John, did I hear that was already in? If not, can I recommend that the council consider bringing forward?
Yeah, we can talk to Christopher Lackall about getting a GSA together if we want to, bring something forward for discussion. Christopher, you want to address that?
Standalone Paso Robles GSA meeting, or do you, because we do have regularly scheduled Paso Robles Basin Cooperative Committee meetings, which includes
Just
all the
Paso
GSA. Is there specific items that you would like to discuss?
The expenditure of the $300,000 study that's approved. My understanding.
So there are a lot of studies that are going on right now. The vast majority of those are grant funded 100%. So there's no contribution on the part of the city. The only thing the city contributes to are things that we're obligated to by law, which is our annual updates. And then we have a 5-year update of our GSP, which is going to be kicking off here soon. And the city's portion of that is well within my signing authority.
I understand. I'm not questioning your purposes. I'm hearing stuff one side, other. You hear it, it would be nice to please consider having a meeting that just Paso discuss clearly your views. I think that's a good idea. Leave it to discussion. discussion. That's an honor idea.
Okay.
All right, another future agenda item. And this is, I fought this as long as I could. I got to bring it forward tonight. Even though the overwhelmingly successful referendum to overturn the ill-advised and illegal big parking program was rejected by the city of Paso Robles on technicality, the fact remains. Sorry. Let me start over. Even though the overwhelmingly successful referendum to overturn the ill-advised and illegal paid parking program was rejected by the city of Paso Robles on a technicality, the fact remains that many, if not most, Paso Roblesans feel that throughout the duration of the paid parking program, the city council was given poor advice by advisors that were trusted to know and to do better. Tonight, I'm asking my fellow council members to join me in requesting that information be researched and brought back to this city council within the next 60 days as to what redress can be sought against any attorneys, advisors, consultants, vendors, and or the like who took part in the paid parking program during the past 5 to 6 years. Given that the city's current attorney may have participated from time to time in this advice, City Council might consider directing staff to nominate a pool of alternate attorneys from which council may select one to give this advice. Which of my fellow council members will join me in this request?
Anyone? Yep. Me too. Start.
So Sharon, you won't join me? So that's a no.
That's a no.
Fred, you won't join me?
No, not on this.
John, you said no?
No.
Steve Gregory, you said no?
Over the top.
I would join you on the request that we eliminate all current paid parking in even the lots. That we're going to eliminate paid parking. We shouldn't have anybody paying for spaces in lots still that aren't being used.
Actually, I think I asked at one point if we could bring that back to the council of eliminating the employee or the permitted lots. I don't think there's any reason to have permitted lots anymore, or actually even 30-minute parking, since we're not going to enforce any of that.
I'd be happy to bring back the conversation on repealing those aspects of the existing, but I think that's very much different than what Mr. Bausch is.
No, it is different. It is different.
Yeah, I would, too many people want to have the paid for employees. I would not favor this.
Maybe a third person.
And also, I think the 30-minute parking spaces should be discussed and with a direction back to staff on how we want to continue to use those or not. So, yeah, I would agree that maybe the agenda item to review that, what we do have left in place as far as parking, that we can review one more time. Put it to bed. Can you do that, Todd?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Chris, you're done.
Okay, thank you.
So, ditto on the 4th of July. I felt like a kid again. Thank you. And it's very comfortable where I got to sit next to the Hammonds and watch the fireworks. We went to, I was at the senior advisory committee with Mr. Bosch, and it was a great presentation by Captain Pritchard. Excellent job. And then I met with Supervisor John Pichon on last Thursday, and he's waiting to see what we do on the decision for the grants pass, and then he'd like us to write the language so he could get the board to supervise the soups to approve it. So, and that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo everybody about the 4th of July out Barney Schwartz staff over. Well done. I mean, it was just a home run again by staff. Afraid
I mean, so well executed, and all the organized events for the kids was just amazing. Wish it would have been a little bit cooler, of course, but other than that, they still, were out there running around. That's what's important. So, very well done. Upcoming events: we have Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting July 23rd, 6:30 here at this room, and then the Paso Robles City Council again here. August 6th will be our next meeting at 6:30. And I wanted to maybe make a motion to adjourn this meeting in the name of a couple people. Again, I'm, what happened Saturday with in Pennsylvania. Keep thinking about that gentleman that was killed, shielding his family from assassins' bullets from a presidential candidate. That was amazing. And I mean, he's not too many people have been talking about him, but I think that was something we all need to remember. He was exercising his freedom of assembly, and he was there because he wanted to be, and he ended up dying for it. So that would be one that I'd like to adjourn in the name of. But the other one, of course, is Barbara Partridge. She was here so many years doing so much for us, and she was quite a lady, just quite an individual that I'm going to miss a lot.
And I'll second that.
That was something hard to hear. So. Okay, so we'll go ahead and adjourn in those two.
Yeah.
Make a motion.
So moved.
I second.
Gregory and Strong, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So moved. We're adjourned.